Riders ready, watch the gate.
Yes, we are back. This is Jason Richardson with Miss Samantha Cools-Grønsund, and we are at stop number 2, stage number 2, Papendal, Netherlands, for the UCI BMX Supercross World Cup. We have an exciting day today, and we are ready to get to it. Here at the Papendal Olympic Training Center, they host 550 athletes of many different professional sports. We are in the province of Gelderland, just east. Papendal is just east of Arnhem, known for its beautiful forests, flowing streams, and historic World War II battlefield sites. Sam, how are you?
I'm good. How are you doing today?
I'm quite well. I'm excited for today's racing, as I know you are, and I'm sure that based on the track, the weather, the riders are excited as well. Here in Papendal, as you can see, it's an amazing site. We have a beautiful setting. The track is primed and perfect, well taken care of, with the forest just in the backdrop. We are set in the perfect, almost nature reserve as the sun is trying to peek through the clouds. So the schedule today, round 1 at 1:30, men and women elite. Then we go into the last chance at 2:35. Then we'll hit the 16th finals, the 8th finals, quarterfinals at 4:40, and then the semifinals, which is always a nail-biter, into the finals at 6 p.m. for the women, and then 10 minutes later we will have the elite men final at 6:10 p.m. As you can see, the weather is a bit cloudy. It's 15 degrees Celsius, and the wind a bit lower today than normal, only at 11 kilometers per hour, but we want to keep eye on that because it does tend to change during the course of the day. So yesterday, stage 1, we had an awesome day. The sun was shining and the riders were hitting it hard, working with the coaches. And in the elite women's final, as they line up, Laura Smulders crushed the competition. Mariana Pahon did get a great start, but Laura Smulders was able to overtake her in that first turn and bring it all the way back to the finish line for the win, with Bondarenko in second and Judy Bow in third. Definitely a great show with 2 Dutch riders sent on the podium along with the Russian rider. Smiles all across, and Laura Smulders, let's see if she can do it again today. In the men, as you see them line up, the shoulders are broad. They are ready and poised. This is yesterday's main event. As you can see them lining up and getting ready, taking up all the space on the gate. There's not much room in between them, but as they launch off, you can see them pedaling and charging hard, with the Dutch national champion leading the whole way around, with Sylvain Andre laying chase to the finish line. Sylvain Andre was able, with the energy of his family and friends in the crowd, to just take over the Dutch national champion for the win, with Twan van Gent in third place. So another 2 Dutch riders on the podium with a French person on the top, Sylvain Andre. Very happy to hold up that winner's bouquet of flowers, and let's see if he can repeat today. So Sam, right now we have the standings with Sylvain Andre, David Vandenberg, Twan van Gent, Bodie Durner, Kai Sakakibara, Tori Nijhag, Connor Fields, and Joris Daudet in the top 8, which was the finishes from yesterday exactly. And in the women, the standings are Smulders, Bondarenko, Bow, Christensen, Hausman, Pahon, Walker, and Priest. So those standings will most likely change today if another 8 people different 8 people make that final. The length of the track is 400 meters. This is a copy mostly of the Rio 2016 track, and they've been hosting World Cups here since 2011, and they are set to host World Cups from here on out through 2020 every year. Sam, I wanted to talk to you earlier. Can you take us through the track, please?
Yeah, here's a picture of the track, and you can kind of see what the riders are going through as they go down the first straightaway into that first turn. If you go off to the left, you have the women's section. If you go straight, you have the men's part, which is going to have a berm jump all the way over the women's section. Going around the turn, you're going to hit this step-up table, really wanting to get backside, keeping it smooth through this third section. We can see yesterday a lot of movement was being shifted around through that third last turn, and of course through to the finish line. It was great racing yesterday. We saw a lot of photo finishes, so I hope that today is going to be the same.
Yes, the timing was working well, and so here is the schedule. Round 1, we are going to go straight into the 16th finals. That is round 1, and those that do not make it out of the 16th finals will go in what's known as the last chance qualifier to try to make it in the show. But right now we're going straight up the hill for round 1, heat 1, where we have yesterday's winner, Sylvain Andre, on the gate with Dumais, Tehiko, Shippers, Fleming, Sear, Tugas, and Godoy. Sam, what do you think? Who do you have in this moto?
Man, that's tough. I mean, Sunday morning, this is the first time at a World Cup that we have a 2-day event. So it's going to be interesting which riders have their fitness on, I guess you can say. Yesterday was a demanding day for them all. So it's going to be interesting to see which riders can kind of step it up on this Sunday.
Yes, definitely a 2 days racing. Stop 1, stage 1 was yesterday. Stage 2 is directly after. Sylvain Andre waiting for the call. First lap to hit the track. Looks like Andre is off to a good start with the Canadian Tugas on the outside and the Dutch rider in third going into the first turn. So we have Andre, Tugas, and Shippers 1, 2, and 3 as they go down the second straight. Looks like the Dutch rider wants a little bit more from the Canadian as they jump the berm jump into the second corner. We have Andre and Shippers now.
Andre is looking strong. He wants to make it known that he's not here just for one first. He's here for another first coming into day 2. With Shippers follow closely. The Canadian has slipped down to that fourth place position, but it looks like it's going to be all about the Frenchman, followed by Shippers, going with another French, Dumais, and Tugas for the 4th.
Yes, so Tugas just gets by and is able to make it out of that round. The official is Andre, Shippers, Dumais, and Tugas. Tugas going from 2nd to 4th, but that's okay. He gets to live to fight another day. The rest will have to go to the last chance. So Heat 2, Round 1, Toine Van Gent, Chappelle, Ramos, Posey, Pelluard, Nicholas, Knapp, and Mir. This is quite a difficult moto because there's a good smattering of talent, skill, and power on this gate as we wait for the starter's call. They're off. Eyes are on Toine Van Gent, but Amadou Mir with a good start and then gets hung up on that first jump. Looks like Posey's going to make a dive in that first corner for third, taking over Mir, but it looks like Toine Van Gent coming out of that first corner nice and clean, pedaling in the air. He wants to put some distance between him and Pelluard over the berm jump. Sam, what do you see?
Toine Van Gent hit that second straightaway nice and strong. Pelluard trying to get some more, and Chapelet in the third position. Heading into the last turn, it looks like it's going to be the Dutch boy in front of the home crowd. But Toine Van Gent is going to come across the finish line, followed by maybe a photo finish between Pelluard, Chappelle, and
Ramos
coming with the 4th.
Yeah, it looks like we lost Posey going into the last corner. They're checking on him as the riders clear out the track. Seems like the Spaniard slipped in for that 4th and qualifying position. Mir and Posey not getting out of that round, which just lets you know how wild it can get on the BMX track. The official, Toine Van Gent, Pelluard, Chappelle, and Ramos making out of that round, with Nicholas, Knapp, and Mir having to go to the last chance. The next round, round one, heat 3, Sakakibara, Smith, Luki, Debusharev, Bouti, Harmsen, Kuzma, and Denis Lauler from France. So, working hard to get these names right, Sam. I actually asked around a little bit so that I'm doing my best.
I know you are. You did a great job yesterday, and I wouldn't expect anything less today.
Oh, thanks. So eyes on lane 1. Looks like Kai Sakakibara on the inside. Not the best start, but he seems to be charging through, making room. Smith getting sandwiched between Sakakibara and Harmsen. So we have Harmsen, Sakakibara, and Smith, 1, 2, 3. Netherlands, Australia, and USA, 1, 2, 3, as they head over the berm jump into the second corner. Sakakibara contesting for first, and Smith doing the same.
Sakakibara really wants to get that first place position. Coming into the last turn, it looks like he's going to be behind Smith, Sakakibara, and Harmsen coming through the finish line. That Swiss rider wants some more for the fourth, but it looks like it's going to be Smith, Sakakibara, Harmsen, and Luki for the fourth.
What a great ride by the top 3. I mean, they all stayed clean and managed to have those lead changes. So Smith, good ride, Sakakibara, Harmsen, and Luki. A lot of times when it gets mixed up like that, sometimes riders go down, but they manage to stay clean and keep it moving forward. Next round, Heat 4, we have our Olympic gold medalist Connor Fields, followed by Sean Gain, Remertz, De Silva, Matthew, Schmidt, and Grazian from Italia. Featured rider, big surprise, Olympic gold medalist Connor Fields. Great way to finish up the season last year by winning the gold in Rio, and he made the main yesterday. I know he was here to win, and that didn't happen, so I'm sure he's going to be lighting it up today. Connor Fields is in lane 1 with his compatriot Shawnee Gain in lane 2. They are comfortable riding next to each other, seeing as how they train at Chula Vista together and travel together quite a bit. Waiting for the track to be clear, making sure everything's just right. We're waiting for the starter to wave off and give the signal. Safety and quality of race is at the utmost importance here at the UCI BMX Supercross World Cup. So there we go, waiting for the call. The intensity in Connor Fields' eyes said it all coming out of lane 1. Looks like he squeezes his teammate, Shawnee Gain, into the third position, but we have it neck and neck. Connor Fields and Matthew going 1 and 2, coming out of the first turn with Shawnee Gain in third. All looking good as they jump into the second corner. There's a lot of red, white, and blue between France and USA as they exit the second corner.
Fields is looking so smooth on that first straightaway. He didn't want to give up that first place position. Mahu just had to come for the second. Going into the last turn, it's going to be Fields, Mahu, Gain for the third, all the way to the finish line. That's the way it's going to end up, with Fields with the first, Mahu from France for the second, Gain, and De Silva from Brazil picking up that fourth place position.
Yes, De Silva, I'm sure he's happy with that qualification position. That's a good way to build the day. The official Fields, Mahu, Shawnee Gain, and De Silva from Brazil. Toodle bang, it's all good. Round 1, Heat 5, Kronk, Sharrock, Kimman, Fox, Rosa, Brunner, Gargaglia, and Franek. So we have a full gate, a lot of heat there. So you want to keep your eye on Kronk. He tends to turn it up. Kronk tends to get Kronk out there every now and then. So my eyes are going to be on on lanes 1, 2, and 3 with Sharrock with the surprise performance yesterday. And they're off. Sharrock looked like he had a great start, edging out Kronk just out of the gate. I wonder if he's going to leave Kronk room, and it looks like he closes him off just a little. Elbow out, knee out. So it's going to be Sharrock, Kronk, and Rosa, 1, 2, 3, with the Dutchman in third. Heading over the bourbon jump, Sharrock's looking good, kicking it out just a little bit, but Kronk's kind of contesting him, but it's not enough.
Sharrock looks like he wants to get that first place with Kronk in the second. The Dutchman wants a little bit more into the last turn. Is he going to be able to get it? No, he's not. It's going to be Sharrock, Kronk Kimmin coming through the finish line. That's the way it's going to end up. Sherrock, Great Britain, Kronk, Kimmin, and Rosa for the 4th.
What a great ride by Sherrock. Really poised and composed. Sherrock, Kronk, Kimmin, and Rosa will be your official. The rest will have to go to the last chance. Next up, Bensink, Homsch, Van de Grunendal, Galiamov, Klerte, Kriegers, Guzman, and Polson. Another full gate. 8 men vying for that final position, but it's only round 1, so it's going to be a long day of racing. Can they take it one lap at a time? We'll see. We're waiting for the starter's call. You see some riders tend to sit, some tend to stand. It's all a matter of personal preference. Final adjustments. Waiting for the starter's call. See some, there we go, and they're up and ready. They're off. Looks like the Australian gets a decent start, good enough, but on the outside, it looks like Kriegers just handled that first straightaway, getting into that first corner with Van Groenendaal and Guzman in second and third, respectively. Kriegers getting caught by the Dutchman, but I think he's going to shut him down in the second corner. Sam, let us know.
Kriegers is looking good, but the Dutchman is wanting to get 2 Dutchmen now in second and third position. It's going to be Kriegers for the 1 into the last turn, Grenendal in 2, Bensink in that third place position, and I think that's the way they're going to roll it into the finish line. It's going to be Kriegers, Grenendal, Bensink, Klerte for the 4th.
Yeah, Klerte for the 4th. I know his dad looking on, proud. That's a good finish for Klerte. He's one of the younger competitors here. So essentially one of those 17-year-old kids racing some of these 20-something-year-old grown men. But the official is Kriegers, Van Groenendaal, Bensink, and Klerte. And what a great first straight by Kriegers coming from the outside. Next round, Heat 7, we have Tremanis, Klashenko, Kadyshev, my man Mello, Geraldo, Jacob, and Garcia from Venezuela. So this is I would call a musclehead moto. A lot of the Russian guys tend to have a lot of power down that first straightaway, and we have 2 of them, along with the Latvian in lane 1. Can Edzis Tremanis edge out the Latvians? It looks like he does at the very least down the first straight, but the 2 Russians are in tow, so we have Tremanis, Klashenko, and Kadyshev. Anything can happen down the second straight, but the wind's not blowing too hard, so they are all hitting it clean, 1, 2, and 3. Looks like a Russian battle into the second corner, but the Latvians staying in front.
Tremanis is leading the Russians into that third straightaway. It's important they try to keep it clean. Going into the last third, it's going to be the Latvian Tremanis with the 2 Russian boys fighting hard down that last straightaway. It's going to be Latvia, Russia, and Colombia for the 4th.
Yes, looks like my man Mello's going to have to go to the last chance, as his compatriot Geraldo makes it through. So the official, Tremanis, Kadyshev, Klashenko, and Geraldo. Next up, we have Nick Kieman, Van der Weijs, Villiard, Vidi, Pabijankas, Demont, and Barry. All poised and ready to go. On the gate, we have the 2 Dutchmen on lane 1 and lane 2. The Latvian in the yellow and black in lane 4. They're off. Eyes are on the Dutch. And it looks like Kieman, a little bit late of a start, but great strength down the first straight as he leads them into the first corner. Relaxed, actually makes a little room for Demont to slip in there. But we have the Latvian in 4th. Nick Kieman running away with it down the second straight over the berm jump. The Swiss rider kind of holding traffic up. Looks like the Lithuanian bouncing into second.
Kieman out front, keeping it clean with the traffic in the back. He's going to run away with that first place going into this last turn, but it's going to be Kieman, Van der Weist into the second with the Latvian charging down the last straightaway. It's going to be Kieman, Van der Weist, and looks like the Swiss guy crashed right at the finish.
We have a Swiss rider and a French rider going down the last straight. So the official is Kieman, Van der Weist, Pabijankas, and Barry. The Lithuanian getting third in that lap, so I know Vilma Rimsaite is very pleased with that. Round 1, Heat 9. Van Gorkum, Malyshenkov, Rock and Roll Cole Tizar, Zuleta Vasco, Dyke, Ballerini, and Kleiber. Featured rider, the man himself, Jelle Van Gorkum, Olympic silver medalist, all-around good guy, Dutch BMX racing legend, probably within the last 10 years. So he's definitely going to be looking to make something happen. As we look up on the hill, the riders waiting patiently as they have their eyes on the last straight, because I believe they're cleaning the last straight up. You see Rock and Roll Cole Tizar getting those goggles on, setting his sights. The riders are getting ready. They know it's about time. So we have lane 4 giving his praises to safety. So the music's pumping, and we are waiting for the green light to get going. So Sam, when they're on pause, how did you deal with pauses like that, being on top of the hill just waiting?
Just take a breath, relax. You know, you're going to be up soon enough, and especially if you see the person walking slowly off the track, you know that you just need to focus on your race and what you need to put out. Not too much.
Not too much.
It's a bit cold. It looks a bit cold up there, so I think they're just maybe shaking it out, trying to stay warm.
Here we go. They're off. Looks like Rock and Roll Cole had a good initial pop, but the Dutch rider just had too much power down the first straight. As they head into the first turn, we have Van Gorkum, Malyshenkov, and Tizar 1, 2, and 3. So Netherlands, Russia, and USA, respectively, as they jump into the berm jump. Rock and Roll Cole Tizar hoping to hang on in third, but we have a battle up front with the Russian and the Dutchman.
Yeah, Van Gorkum trying to put it all down today. He was riding so fast yesterday. Made that podium going into the last straightaway. It looks like Van Gorkum's going to be taking it home, followed closely by the Russian. Tizar for the 4 and Dyke for the 4th.
Yes, so while it is good that you get out of this round, your time will affect your lane choice. So that's why Rock and Roll Cole and Dyke were lunging for that finish. However, the official is Van Gorkum. Malyshenkov, Tizar did manage to hold on that third, and Dyke for the last qualifying position out of this round. The rest will go to the last chance. Here we go, round 1, Heat 10. Resende, Omont, Campo, Link, Bretthauer, Derome, and McConey. I believe most eyes will be on Resende, not known for his starts, but definitely known for the way he finishes. And he's a really nice guy on top of that.
Always smiling.
He is always smiling. So Resende coming out of pole position, but my goodness, Campo looks like he was shot out of a cannon out of the first straight, right out of the middle. So it's Campo and Resende, followed by the German of Bretthauer. But we have South American rule in the number 1 and 2, with Campo and Resende coming out of turn 2 with Bretthauer in third.
Campo a little bit disappointed from yesterday, so he's ready to put down some good laps today with his good friend Resende in that second place position. They're going to go around the last turn. It's going to be Campo, Resende, the German ride of Bertham, coming through the finish line. Campo, Resende,
Bretthauer, and Link. So Campo putting in some good work. Sam, do you know who trains him? Who's his trainer?
Yeah. I know him a little bit.
Official, Campo, Resende, Bretthauer, and Link. I believe Anders Grønsund will be very pleased with that lap.
Yeah, I think he's at home excited about it.
So round 1, heat 11. It just keeps going. Ramiro Marino, Volk, Hughes, Tornbize, Munoz, Cristofoli from Italy, and Dubois. That was a good, I like that drum line. Too bad they turned it down for the gate. So Marino coming out of lane 1, he put in some good laps yesterday. I believe the Australian is fighting for the first, though, down the first straight. It's not going to give Marino the room to get what he wants. So it's going to be Hughes, Marino, and Dubois, 1, 2, and 3, as they head over the jumps and into the big jump into the second corner. Sam, what do you see? I saw a little bit of a change into the third position.
Hughes looking strong. Ramiro in that second place with the Frenchman behind. Going into the last turn, it looks like it's going to be the Australian. Hughes for the first, Ramiro and the French ride. But there's a fight for fourth, and I think the Colombian is going to catch it right at the end. Munoz for the fourth, I believe.
Yes, the official, Hughes, Marino, Tornbize, and Munoz with the surprise over Volk. Next up, we have Kyle Evans, Faber, Christensen, Marquardt, Bogaert, Blanchard, and Sanchez from Venezuela. Gate drops. Who wants it? Who needs it? Looks like the Swissman comes out strong, but Kyle Evans just pumps the bottom of that hill and blasts straight forward into that first turn. Evans, Marquardt, and Christensen, 1, 2, and 3. Evans looks to be checking out right now, putting some distance on him and the competitors, even giving a little mini whip into the second corner, followed by the Swiss rider.
Evans was looking great yesterday, and he's continuing it today. Followed closely now by the Swiss rider coming into the last turn. Let's see if Evans can hold off. He's going to come into the first place. The Swiss rider wants some more. As they pass the finish line, it looks like it's going to be the kid from Switzerland. Evans in the second, Christensen from Denmark, and Fabry in the fourth place position from France.
I'm not sure if Evans let up or his capacity or fitness level wasn't as good as the Swiss riders, but either way, they did put in a clean lap. So the official is Marquardt overtaking Evans, followed by Christensen and Faber for the qualifying positions. They move on to the next round. Next up, we have Nagasako, Lebaun, White, Trey White, that is, Yamaguchi, Topinka, Budelli, and Espejo from Argentina. Featured rider is Yoshitaku Nagasako on that Haro bike. Best Supercross finish would be a 6. He's only 23 years old. He's looking to make his mark today. Let's see if he can get in that main event, but it all begins with getting out of this round. So Nagasako coming out of lane 1, Train White getting pinched off, but he looks like he manages to hold on to the second position with the Czech rider in third. Nagasako in first, White second, Topinka in third. Looks Tame will be pleased with that. Topinka fighting for that third, fourth position with another Japanese rider, but right now it's Nagasako and White into the second corner.
Nagasako's looking great, but you have White coming in that second position. He's hunting him down that straight away. Going into the last turn, it looks like it's going to be the Japanese rider of Nagasako. White in the second. Tominka from Czech in the just getting past at the fourth place position. And the finish line is going to be Nagasako, White, Topinka, Yamaguchi for the 4.
Yes, great run by the Japanese contingent. 2 of them going in and 2 of them making out official. Nagasako, White, Topinka, and Yamaguchi get to go to the next round. Everyone else gets to go to the last chance. This round, we have up Heat 14. Godet, Sevilla, Bias, Freiswick, Sciortino, Volvend, and Tomizioli. Poised and ready, waiting for the call. And they are off. Looks like the Australian off to a brilliant start, but in lane 1, looks like Godet is making it happen as he dives into the first corner. So it's Godet, Freiswick, and Volvend, 1, 2, and 3. Godet and Freiswick look like they're putting some distance on number 3 as they jump over the berm jump together in concert. Godet giving him a little love in the second corner, but Freiswick is still making a move.
Godet looking strong in that third straightaway, but Freiswick is not letting him go. He wants some more of it. Followed closely by the Venezuelan rider coming through the finish line. It looks like it's going to be Godet, Freiswick, Severa, and can you say
Sciortino.
Sciortino. The Italian.
Yes, the Italian. So that was a good run. I don't know what happened to Volvend, but the official is Godet, Freiswick, Severa, and Sciortino. Bias, Tomazioli, and Volvend will have to go to the last chance qualifier. Up next, Jared Garcia, Ezekiel de Souza, Grammers, Bernhardt, Malenfant, Ikegami, and Racine from France. There's only 6 men in this lap, so there's going to be a little bit of space. Looks like the French rider in lane 8 has a little bit of space, so while we want a good start, he just wants to get out clean and get over. Meanwhile, Garcia is sitting in the pole in lane 1. Garcia having a pretty good day yesterday, didn't get quite to the main, so he wants to improve upon that, and he has started off with a bang, legs spinning fast as he jumps into the first turn in first, followed by Malenfant and De Souza Filo. So we have Garcia, De Souza, oh, the Brazilian making a move on Garcia. He leaves the turn open. Garcia did fall in the second turn yesterday. Maybe he was a little bit timid, I don't know.
De Souza in the first place position. He caught off Garcia in the second straight, but it looks like it's going to be the Brazilian to take them into the finish line, followed closely by the American, Garcia for the second, Bernhardt from Germany for that third place position.
The Racine, the Frenchman, just beating out the Canadian for that last qualifying position. The official results: Ezekiel de Souza, Garcia, Bernhardt, and Racine will move on. It's really disappointing when you're sitting in a qualifying position and then you miss out, as we all know. But in this rack, Corbin Charrat, Maynard Peel, Ospina, Peyronon, Van Hoogten, Mastruti, and Tween. Featured rider Corbin Charrat, you see that bright smile on his face. That's because he is living life in love, newly married, and killing it in Tucson. So he's bringing some of that love to this track. Out of the gate, looking strong. Looks like Corbin's getting off to a great start, getting good backside on both the first and second jump as he jumps into the first turn in first. So it's Charrat, Ospina, and Peyronon, 1, 2, and 3. So USA, Colombia, and France, 1, 2, and 3 as they jump into the second corner.
Such a confident ride by the American, coming up over the step table into the third section. It looks like Corbin Charrat is going to take it home into the last turn, followed closely by the Colombian of Ospina coming into the finish line. That's the way it's going to end up. USA, Colombia, France, and France.
Yes, disappointing ride for Maynard Peel. I'm sure he wanted to get out just missing of that round, but the official is Charrat, Ospina, Peyronon, and Tween. So 2 Frenchmen getting out of that moto. Next round, Heat 17, we have McLean looking for a clean lap. Scottman, Beskarobny, Dean, Lanegar, Navarro, and Rojas Martinez. So Anthony Dean, a surprise, not making the final yesterday. I know he was one of the favorites, so now he's approaching this day like, we have to do it all over again, but I think he's ready. So the gate's out. Looks like Dean's coming straight out of the middle, riding strong. He said earlier today that he's gonna back it off by about 3% in some areas of the track. He said he might have to slow down to go faster, so we'll see what happens. But right now it looks like Dean is looking good. with being contested by someone in second. I can't quite see who that is. That is Dean and Scottman and Landegard.
Yeah, Dean looked very good yesterday, but yeah, I think he put it on too much, so he's going to come on strong today. Maybe not as much, but he's going to bring it into the finish line with the Dutch rider coming in second by Scottman, followed by Lenegaro and McLean from Australia. So 2 Aussies qualifying through that round.
That's right, that's right. So that was a good ride by Dean. The official is Dean, Scottman, Landegard, and McLean. So Australia, Netherlands, Australia, and France, respectively, getting through. Heat 18, Renquerel, Isidore, Webster, Landegard, Avril, Geerling, and Charavin. So a big French contingent, as they did not have too far to travel to get here. And they have many strong riders to offer, historically and current day. Renquerel sitting in lane 1. Looks like Isidore coming out of lane 2, Renquerel in 1. Isidore's probably going to take up a little bit more space and contest it into the first corner, but Renquerel just fights for more space back. So is Renquerel, Isidore 1 and 2, with the German rider catching a little bit too much air over those jumps in the second straight. Renquerel, Isidore 1 and 2 in the second corner.
Renquerel looking smooth, followed by Isidore. I saw that he had posted that he was a bit disappointed with him crashing, so today he's going to try to make it up. And in that, sitting in that second position, it looks like he's going to qualify through this round. But it's going to be the Frenchman of Renquerel, the British rider Isidore Webster from Germany, and then the French rider picking up that 4th place position.
Brothers, Landegard, so they may meet up. him and his brother. But the official is Renquerel, Isidore, Webster, and Landegard. They will move on. And Heat 19, Joris Daudet, your current world champion, Milano, Viegas, Aguirre, Palomino, Slots, Fala, and Votava. So very strong South American contingent here. Joris Daudet might be all alone as the world champion and European in this rack, but that's okay because he's beaten everybody in the world before.
Yes, he has.
From
That's
what I
why
understand.
he's wearing that rainbow jersey.
Love the intensity in the eyes, the focus. Looks like Fala trying to come on strong from the outside, but Joris Daudet just has all the power from lane 1 straight into the first turn, looking smooth and relaxed. So Daudet, Viegas, and Milano, so France, Argentina, and Venezuela respectively down the second straight. Little bit of a case on that jump, but Daudet seems to work it out heading into the second corner as we have a battle for 2 and 3.
Daudet looking strong down that first straightaway, but Milano and Viegas are fighting for that 2nd and 3rd position. Going into the 3rd turn, it is going to be Daudet, Viegas, Milano, and Fala for the 4th.
Yes, so Christian Besseride shows up today, Fala's coach, and what do you know? Fala finds a way to transfer out of this moto. The official, Daudet, Viegas, Milana, and Fala. They will move on. Next up, Heat 20. Tori, Nijhag, Navrestad, Lopez, Sebesta, Yoshi Van Kamen, Hubert, and Kai White, the younger of the White brethren. Waiting for the call. Will Tori Nijhag make use of lane 1? I don't know. A little bit late of a start, but they most likely will leave him enough room to go up front. So it's going to be Nijhag in front, Navrestad and Sebesta. Nijhag, Navrestad, and Sebesta. Sebesta coming on hot out of that first corner, jumping straight into second place with his eyes set on Nijhag.
Yeah, I talked to Sebesta earlier. He wasn't satisfied for yesterday's results, so today he says he's going to put it more together, but it looks like he's going to need to beat that Canadian right in front of him. Tori Nijhag, Sebesta, Van Kemmen in the 2nd position, and Tuva in picking up the 4th place.
Yes, Nijhag, Sebesta, that was a good ride by both of them. It was interesting because Navrestad had the whole shot and just couldn't get over enough on Tori. So the official is Nijhag, Sebesta, Van Kamen and Naverstad. Naverstad just getting by. I know DB44 will be happy about that. Next up, we have Turner. 4th place finish yesterday's main. Palmer, Brechon, Molina, Bulsalavic, Lopez, Hasagawa, and Papma. Full gate of 8, and only 4 make it out. Bodie Turner, 747, taking flight over the first jump and taking the lead just after the second jump as they fly into the first corner. We have Turner along with Molina and Palmer, 1, 2, 3, heading down the second straight. Everyone looking smooth, doing their thing, but Turner just seems to be checking out right now with a little bit of style into that second corner, followed by the Canadian.
Turner's looking strong. Palmer, the Canadian, the young gun, coming in that second, followed by the Argentinian ride of Molina. And that's the way it's going to finish up. 1, 2, and 3. And the Swiss rider is going to pick up that 4th place position.
Good ride by Brechon. Not the easiest moto to make it out of. And the official, as we clear out the track, the official is Bodie Turner, Palmer, Molina, and Brechon for the qualifying position. Next up, Heat 22, David Vandenberg, Dutch national champion, Carlos Ramirez, the magician, Seegers, Pilar, Pesek, Yoshimura, Turkelson, and Strasdins from Latvia. Our featured rider is the magician from Colombia, 23 years old. He has a lot to give. Best Supercross finish was a 3rd. He's riding that Chase bicycle, and I know he wants to take that bicycle to the winner's circle by the end of the day. Starter making sure that everything is ready to go. He's waiting for the nod from the officials. You see that sleeve, that red, white, and blue sleeve. So the national champions of each country have their flag on their left arm. That signifies that they are the national champion. Let's see if Vandenberg can finish off where he left off yesterday. And it looks like he is, with a strong first straight into the first corner as Ramirez is in second, even pushing it with Yoshimura in 3rd. So we have Vandenberg, Ramirez, and Yoshimura 1, 2, 3. Let's see if the magician wants to make some magic and try to get in first.
Vandenberg's in first, coming over that step double, followed closely by the Colombian and the Japanese rider, but he looks like he's going to be first into that last turn. It's going to be Vandenberg, Yips from Colombia, and Yoshimura for the 3rd. Coming through that finish line, it's going to shake up a little bit, but it's Vandenberg, Ramirez, the Danish rider, and the Japanese rider.
Looked like it might have been a photo finish. I'm going to wait for the official on that, but man, that was interesting. Ramirez was pushing for the first, but then looks like Dave Vandenberg just shut him down just enough. So the official's going to be Vandenberg, Ramirez, Turkelson, and Yoshimura. That could have gotten a little bit wild, so everyone decided to get smart at the very last minute. So that was it. The next time we see the men will be the last chance qualifier, because they will be heading into the show after the last chance qualifier. But right now, we have round 1 of elite women. And as you know, if they don't make it out of the round 1, they go to the last chance qualifier to make it into the big show. New format, the riders seem to love it, and Laura Smolders really loves riding any format here at the UCI BMX Supercross, along with Mayer, Petch, Escobar, Stavo, and Naguer. This is definitely a fast moto. Our feature rider is Laura Smolders. She is becoming a superstar as we speak. You are currently watching a superstar in the making, as she is definitely living a dominant BMX life. So coming down the hill, it looks like Smolders is off to a great start. You can see the Brazilian on the outside, Stavo catching a little bit of air. She's known for known for that, moving that bike around in the air, but Smolders is just putting bike lengths on the rest of the crowd. So we have Smolders, Mare, 1 and 2 into the second, down the second straight, into the second corner. And Smolders is just looking smooth and relaxed, followed by Mare and Petch.
Yeah, Smolders is taking the win from yesterday and bringing it on to today. Perfect day yesterday, all first in all the laps. She's going to continue that success through. It's going to be Smolders and Mare in the second, coming to the finish line. You can hear the crowd. It will be the Dutch lady, Smolders, Mare, Pitch, and Sidhu.
Yes, Stavo, 93. I see that was my number, so I always root for Stavo. She has the best number. Official, Smolders, Pear, Petch, and Stavo getting through. Escobar, Nagare, and Walker, surprisingly, will have to go to the next round. So, next round, Bao, Suvarova, Ridge Davis, Hernandez, Carrillo, Velasquez, and Moreau. Looks like they are ready to go. Looks like there's some space between lane 1 and 3. So Bao in lane 1, finishing 3rd yesterday. Off to a great start. Looks like Bao is contested by the Russian, but the Russian gets squeezed off just a bit. Bao jumps into the first corner. That's going to put some distance between her first and second. So Bao, Suvarova, and Hernandez, the Olympic bronze in 3rd. So Hernandez in 3rd, Suvarova in 2nd, and Bao jumping into 1st and staying in 1st around the 2nd corner.
I don't think that 3rd place finish for Bao is good enough. I think she's going to try for the 1st spot today. Followed closely by the Russian into the last turn. It's going to be Bao, Suvarova, Hernandez in the 3rd place, who's just coming back from an injury, so I think this is going to be a good race for her.
Yes, Bao, Suvarova, Hernandez. Hernandez, yeah, coming back from an injury, not quite up to full form. However, she's still maintaining her poise. The official, Bao, Suvarova, Hernandez, and Carrillo. Moreau, Ridge Davis will have to go to the last chance, unfortunately. Next rack, Hausman, Shriver, Buldinska, Restrepo, Sailor, Admakina, and Veinstra. And I was informed that not only is it Shriver, it was her godfather that sent the email, not her grandfather. So thank you, godfather, godfather of Shriver, for the second correction, and my apologies. Respect. Off to a great start, and Shriver taking off and avoiding the rest of the crowd like a fever. Boosting into that first corner and grabbing some extra pedals. That's going to put some distance on her and the rest of the crowd. So we have Shriver and Hausman 1 and 2 with the Colombian in 3rd, but Shriver is walking away, looking quite comfortable into the 2nd corner.
I think Shriver had her Wheaties this morning because she's looking pretty fast. Followed by the Dutch woman, Hausman, going into that second last turn. It's going to be Shriver, Hausman, and the Colombian ride coming through to the finish line. It's going to be a fight for that 4th place spot, trying to qualify. And it's going to be the Latvian ride.
Buldinska. So I don't know if she had Wheaties. That's like an American thing. So the official is Shriver, Hausman, Restrepo, and Buldinska. I think she might have had like Weetabix or Muesli. That's anyways. All right, Heat 4, we have our golden girl, Mariana Pahon, Hatakeyama, Calderon, Von Niederhausen, Peterson, and Grön. Featured rider, golden girl, Mariana Pahon. You can even see the lenses on her goggles are gold. Always smiling, ready to race, looking to have fun and win every lap she can. Mariana Pahon taking off straight away, getting good backside. She's going to jump into the first corner. Looks like the ladies are all getting more comfortable taking the big air into the first corner, but she stretches out her lead quite a bit, with Pahon just walking away into the second corner with the first place so far.
Pahone isn't walking away, she's running away from the group. She's going to be nice and smooth through that third section, followed by the Japanese ride, coming up nice and strong and clean, going through the finish line. It's going to be our golden girl, Mariana Pahone, followed by the Japanese ride of Hatakiyama.
Great ride by Pahone and Hatakiyama, 1 and 2. Pahone put an amazing ride, and I don't think I've seen a lead that big, men or women. But the officials, Pahone, Hatakiyama, Peterson, and von Niederhausen. So the other women will have their work cut out for them to keep up with Mariana Pahone. Heat 5, Christensen, Reynolds, Dudu, Smolders, Gonzalez, and Michelson. So that is quite a tight moto right there. I think that's going to be a hotly contested one. We'll see if Lauren Reynolds takes it to the sky jumping into the first corner, as I would suspect she wants to do. Lane 1 with those 100% goggles. Looks like Lauren Reynolds got closed off, but it looks like we have nobody jumping into that first jump or jumping into the first turn. But Smolders, Christensen, and Dudu, 1, 2, and 3. Smolders doing a great job leading everyone out into the second corner. Looking like she's working a bit hard to get over some of those jumps, but it's Smolders, Christensen, and Dudu, 1, 2, and 3 coming out of the second corner.
The younger Smolders trying to help fit into her big sister shoes, coming first through that last turn, followed closely by Christensen. She wants that win. She's going to hunt her down, try to pass her into the finish line, and there's a fight for first, but it looks like Christensen's going to win over Smolders, Reynolds, and the French ride of Dudu for the 4.
Yes, Reynolds looking like she's having a little bit of trouble finding her flow, but she found it toward the end of that lap, passing into third place in a qualifying position, along with Dudu, Smolders, and Christensen as the official 4 to move on to the next round. Heat 6, next up, Bondarenko. She finished on the podium yesterday. Bernard, Priest, Stansel, Garcia, Juteau, and Fleming. My eyes are going to be on our featured rider, Nadia Priest, making the main yesterday. So we have 2 main event qualifiers in this rack with Priest and Bondarenko, and then along with Stansel, your Pan American gold medalist. So a lot of experience in this moto. Will Bondarenko make use of lane 1? Will Felicia Stansel say, no way, I'm going to take charge now? She jumps into the first corner looking way more comfortable than yesterday. She not only is studying in college, but she studies BMX, and she did her homework because she is pulling away from the rest of the crowd. So Felicia Stansel taking that GT around the second corner along with Bondarenko and Priest in tow.
Stansel looking so much more confident today. She's ready to have a redemption day. Going into that last turn, it's going to be Stansel, followed by the silver rider from yesterday, the Russian Bondarenko, who had a great day of riding. Closely by Priest for the 3rd, and then picking up that 4th is the French rider of Bernard.
Yeah, that was a great ride by Stansel. I know that's going to be good for her confidence, and to jump into the first corner like that, it definitely sets you apart from the rest of the field. So officials, Stansel, Bondarenko, Priest, and Bernard, they will move on. Juteau, Fleming, and Garcia, unfortunately, will go to the last round. So the next time we see the elite women will be the last chance qualifier. That will be the next time we see the elite women. And I believe we're going to Pete D in the pits. So he's going to have some fun conversations, or some serious conversations, we don't know, with some riders down in the pits.
So welcome back to day number 2 of the UCI BMX Supercross World Cup Tour. Back again in Papendal, Again, there's no sun, but there's no rain. There's a little bit of wind, but it's definitely another great day of racing. You just got to see that first round of qualifications. Top 4 moved on. In about 10 minutes, we'll go back to single elimination racing. It'll be last chance qualifier. It'll be stacked. We'll see who will move on. But let's talk about yesterday a little bit. In the elite women's class, it was a great race. For someone who's won here a couple times before and yesterday made it third, it would be Laura Smolders from right here in Holland. Laura, welcome back. Congratulations on the win. Talk us through how your day went yesterday. We saw you win, but just talk us through how the whole day went for you.
Well, great day yesterday. Won every lap. I had great gates, good laps, and the weather was perfect, the track was perfect, the crowd was perfect, and in the end I managed to win the final, past Mariana down in the first turn and then lead from there. So great feeling to win the first World Cup at my home track.
So in that main event, as you said, we saw you. Mariana got out good. You were right there next to her. So what was it like going into that first turn? Just give us your thought process, because that first turn is big. It's fast. You guys have a lot of speed, and sometimes it can be dangerous, but it was definitely a great, clean move that you put on.
Yeah, well, I saw that Mariana had a better gate than me. I was in lane 1 and she was in lane 2 next to me, and she started to move over to me into the first turn. We both tripled into the first turn, so I landed and I saw that she was kind of going up in the turn. So I was like, well, if you're gonna leave this gap open, I'll try and get under you. So went for it, and it was a clean move, as you said. I got her, but then because it's such a wide turn and I had to go pretty low, I had to pedal really fast out of the turn to even jump our second straight. Was pretty good, and then from there I leaded the whole track, and well, managed to do it until the finish line. So yeah, it was a really cool race.
So your third win here, your 6th World Cup win overall, pretty impressive. But talk about what it's like to win in front of your hometown crowd. You live just 30 minutes away.
Yeah, true. My home is really close, but it's awesome to have a win here. It feels so much better to do it in front of your home crowd. All those people are super happy and cheering you on the whole day. Every lap they are there for you, cheering till the finish line, so it gives an extra energy boost, I guess. So to win here in front of this crowd, it's just another amazing feeling, doubles the feeling of a win, I guess. I've won at different locations too, but this one is definitely the best win.
So now we're on to day 2. You've already had your qualification run. Looked like it went well for you, so just talk us through how that race went for you early this morning after a full day of racing yesterday.
Yeah, I feel my legs. We had a full day of racing yesterday and it was a pretty long day. I had to wait after my first lap for probably 2.5 hours. That's pretty long to keep your focus up and still manage to do all the laps really good. So those long breaks take a lot of energy. But then I woke up this morning, felt pretty good, still a little bit of a cold, but hey, I had it yesterday and I managed to get a win, so I will probably do fine today. My first lap went great, I had a good gate and a smooth lap, so I've got a break now, so I'll be later, I guess in 2 hours I'll be on the track again with my 1/8 final.
So we just before we went on the air, you got to watch your sister around here. Just give us some of the fans. You know, we love to talk about you, but your younger sister's been pretty impressive, and I think she's a little bit shy. So just to let her know how her career is going and how you've been able to help her, especially out here on the track in Papendal.
Well, I think it's awesome to have a sister out there racing too. It's great to share the passion for this sport, and we trained together from this winter. She changed team to our team TV Ukema, so we've been training this whole winter, and she's been going so fast. I hope she's gonna do great today too. Well, she's doing great already. She did some Euro rounds and she shows everyone that she's really fast, so in the future I think she'll be in the final too.
So now, as we said, as we go through the rest of the day, just talk about what it's like, because when you have those races, they progressively get more difficult throughout the day. And how do you approach each and one of those races throughout the day on the way to that main event?
Well, normally I just approach every lap the same. It's still the same track, it's still the same gate we have to do, and still the same jump. So every lap's going to be the same, and I want to do every lap as perfect as I can. So as perfect gate, acceleration down the first straight, and I want to do every jump as smooth as possible so I get the landings right. And then, well, but as you say, it's gonna get harder throughout the day. In that final there will be all the strong girls together, so that lap will be the hardest, but still I want to approach them the same, because I still have to do the same gate, it's still the same track, it's not something different.
Okay, so that's enough about racing. Let's talk about you yourself a little bit. A lot of people know you have your own team, your own program, and you're very involved with it. So just talk about that and how it's been going for you for the past few years.
Yeah, well, we started the team. Well, my dad had the team already. He had some little kids in the team, and now it's we have a youth program, a development program, and a pro team. So I'm in the pro team with my sister and 3 other riders. We started in 2014 in November, and we've grown since then. And we have a really good program now with Martijn Jaspers being the trainer and coach of the pro team mainly. He's doing a great job. The whole team looks good out there. We've got a few talents coming up. We've got some development riders also riding here, so well, I'm really happy I made the change, and it feels really good. And well, you'll see them riding with the red jerseys or the blue ones, but yeah, it's a great team, and I'm really happy we've got this one.
So BMX is definitely keeping you busy on and off the track. Thanks so much for your time. I really appreciate what you've done, what you're doing, and we're really excited to watch you race again today in the main event.
Thank you, I'll do my best.
All right, so that's Laura Smoldes, yesterday's winner in Elite Women. So that's going to be our wrap right now for Behind the Scenes, but we're going to come back to you after the next break. We're going to have some more of yesterday's competitors, how they wrap things up, and we'll get you more scoop from the pits with Pete D.
Pete D bringing us the scoop. The fans do love the scoop. Sam, what do you think about that first round?
I thought it was great. I think that as the day goes on, you'll be able to see more and more of the riders have fatigue. You know, like Laura just said, you know, after yesterday, she can feel it in her legs. She has another 2 hours before she has to kind of get back and hit for the 1/8 finals. But I think fatigue is going to play a major part in today.
It could be. The riders are not used to the new format or racing back-to-back days. And as we saw, this track is quite demanding, and even some of the riders were feeling it toward the finish line yesterday. So here we have a whole nother day of racing, and definitely mental fitness and physical fitness will play a factor into how one does this weekend. UCI BMX Supercross World Cup in Papendal, just east of Arnhem in Gelderland. I love Gelderland. Track is in perfect shape, and I actually think today is a better weather day than yesterday as far as temperature and wind. What do you think?
Yeah, it's a little bit cooler, but I think that's best for the riders, maybe, that it's not so warm. And I think with the cool air, the wind kind of died down a little bit. So as you could see in the women's races, there was more and more jumping that triple into the first turn, which we really only saw that in the semifinals and finals yesterday. You can see that the men didn't have too much trouble over that berm jump second straightaway, so it was a lot cleaner racing, I felt.
Yeah.
So it's going to be fun to see as the day goes on if the weather can kind of stay the same. But the track looks perfect. They've been keeping it smooth for the riders.
Yeah, they do a good job here at the UCI BMX Supercross World Cup. I know I was talking to Boz earlier. There we go. Province of Gelderland, made in Arnhem.
Blue,
Talking
green,
to
yellow,
Boz
black.
earlier, Boz de Bever, the head of the Dutch BMX team, and he was talking about how much effort is put into this facility and this track, and he actually invited me to ride here on Tuesday. So I think there might be a
Is there going to be a comeback?
Well, I don't know if there'll be a
Is that what you're
comeback,
telling
but
everybody?
it'll either be a vet pro / coaches road ride or a vet pro / coaches session here on the track. But we'll see. I'm excited to ride it and honored. But looking at the VIP section, so what happens between rounds is people go from the crowd into the VIP or into the snacks, but the VIP section is definitely where the party's at. You can hear the music in the background, people waving to the camera, and it's early on today in the day's races, and as you know, it will fill up as we get closer to the main event. But it's always nice, and you can see that. Well, I was going to show the people where we're sitting, but we can't see that anymore. So
I like how you said when you talked with Baz about it's a lot of effort to have a facility like this, but the effort paid off.
For sure.
Because there was 2 Dutch in men and women finals or podium.
That's right. So the elite men queuing up. This is the last chance. So those that did not make it out of round 1 are going into the last chance, and you will see the ones who did not make it out of round 1 in this round, the last chance. This is it. If they want to make the show, if they want to continue on, this is it. So last chance, heat 1. We have Pollard, Seegers, Lopez, Mir, Bias, Bogart, Van Houten, and Frenick. A full gate, full of testosterone, all wanting to keep their hopes alive for today's main event chances. Eyes are going to be on Amadou Mir. That would be the surprise that we would not expect him to be in the last chance. But anything can happen, and there's a lot of hungry riders looking to make a name for themselves here at the UCI BMX Supercross in Papendal, east of Arnhem in Gelderland. Ready to go. Our good friend starter, Ron. Ron is the gate starter. Nice guy. He lives not too far from here in Kampen, and he has been in BMX. BMX is in his blood. He's waving off. He's saying, okay, it's official, as we wait for the call. Gates off. Lane 1 looks off to its good start, but Amadou Mir just putting the power down as he heads into the first turn in first. He wants to make sure he gets to the next round. So we have Mir, Pollard, and Lopez 1, 2, and 3 as they head into the berm jump and over the berm jump. That's Mir, Pollard, and Lopez.
Mir is taking control of this race. He doesn't want anything to happen. Followed by his countryman Pollard into that second position. They're going to head into the last straightaway. It's going to be Mir, Pollard, followed closely by Lopez from Colombia, and it's going to be a Dutch rider in that 4th place position to round it all off. Sorry, Belgium rider.
That's all right. Great ride. They go fast. It's easy. It's easy to miss something. The official is Mir, Pollard, Lopez, and Seegers. Unfortunately, Bias, Bogart, and Van Houten will have to wait till another event to race again. Heat number 2, Omant, my man Mello, Tehiko, Martinez, Volven, Tomazioli, and Polson. So, looking up on the hill, that Tioga flag blowing just a bit. It's a gentle breeze, not affecting the riders too much as we wait for the call. Will the Frenchman in lane 1 take command of this moto, or will it be the Australian right next to him? I don't think so. So heading into the first moto is Omant, followed by Tehiko and Volvend. We have Omant. Tehiko looked like he's going to give Omant some trouble into the second corner, as he does as Tehiko takes over for the first place, followed by Omant.
Tehiko coming into the 3rd straightaway, wanting more, followed now by the Colombian rider, but it's going to be a race. Colombia and France going into the last straightaway. It's going to be the Australian Tehiko, Omant the French rider, the Colombian rider, and then the Italian rider picking up the 4th.
Yes, good run. Little bit of some lead changes there. I think might have had some riders panicking a bit, wanting to make sure they got in the show. And Omant had a really great first straight there, because it's not easy to beat Tehiko down the first straight. And Tehiko said, no, that's fine, but I'm gonna let you know that I'm winning this. Tehiko official, my man Mello getting through in 2nd place, followed by Omant and Tomazioli from Italy. Next round, Heat 3, Yoshi, Lebound, Volk, Charavant, Nicolas, Veillard, and Homsch. So another group in this last chance, only 4 to go. Let's see who can keep their hopes alive today as we wait for the call. Heat 3, last chance. Looks like we have Jay-Z in the background playing, but the Australia on the outside is pounding the pedals, jumping into the first corner, grabbing some extra. We have a big crash in the first corner. Doesn't affect the Australian up front. He gets a little wild over the jumps, though. Meanwhile, the Danish rider is going to take over the lead into the second corner, and that looks like Volk, followed by Homsch and Le Bon.
Looks like the wind just picked up going down that second straightaway, messing some riders up, but it looks like it to be the Danish ride, Australia for the second, French for the third, and there's also a French rider in that fourth. We still have people down, but it looks like it will be Denmark, Australia, and France picking up the first, second, and third spots.
What a wild ride. Looks like something happened in that first corner. It was an explosion behind second place, but the official will be Volk, Homsch, Labonne, and Villard. So Denmark, Australia, France, and France moving on to the next round. Heat 4, Malenfant, Vasco, Grazian, Papma, Jacob, Avril, and Pesek. As we clear off the track, you can see in the first corner, there's some activity. Our famous men and women in black, they are our medical team, the crack clutch medical team. They are on it as soon as someone hits the deck. Checking on the riders. Looks like they're okay. We're hearing some claps. Looks like everyone's happy that everyone's getting up on their own, walking off on their own. A little bit slower than normal, but
I guess this is what we should expect in the last chance qualifier. It's the last day, last race for them to qualify to the next round.
That's it, last ditch effort, so people are going for it. And you know, anytime you play Jay-Z and Kanye, it always ups the stakes a little bit.
For sure.
Gives you a little bit of pump up, you know?
Extra energy.
Yeah, extra energy. This is BMX 2K17. Let's see if the Canadian can make use of lane 1. I don't know. They do give him some room, though, but we have the Frenchman in front, followed by the Canadian as they jump into this first corner. Avril, Malenfant, and Grazian, 1, 2, 3, France, Canada, and Italy, respectively. See some fast spinning feet as they get some backside. The Colombian making his way into second, going to give the Canadians some trouble.
French rider coming in strong right from the gate. He's going to lead the way down the third straightaway, followed by the Canadian. It's going to be a fight, though. That Colombian just does not want to give an inch, but it's going to be the French rider of Avril, Canadian rider, Colombia, and the Dutch rider just Papma
popping in the third at the last minute. Crowd getting excited about that. I don't know what happened to Pesek. The Czech rider, not too happy, but the official is Avril, Malenfant, Papma, and Vasco. The rest will unfortunately have to wait a while before they race again. Last chance, Heat 5, Blanchard, Guzman, Durand, Cristofoli, Garcia, Ikigami, and Dubercharev from Belgium. We're waiting for the call. Ron waves off, he says, we're doing this.
It's showtime.
Let's see who can make this happen. Who are the top 4 that are going to finish? I don't know, but the Weiss rider jumps into the first turn in first with a pretty good lead, and that would be Durand, followed by Cristofoli and Blanchard. So we have France, Italy, and France. We have a Latin-speaking contingent, Latin-based language contingent heading into the second corner with the Frenchman in front, Durand, followed by Blanchard.
Durand coming through the third straightaway, heading into the last straightaway, but it looks like it's the Italian in third, making some moves in that last turn. It's going to be the French first and second, Italian in the third, coming through the finish line. It's going to be Durand, Blanchard, Cristofoli, and the Chilean rider picking up that 4th place position.
Wow, the Chilean rider just getting that last spot. I know Pierre-Henri will be pleased about that, their trainer. So official, Durand, Blanchard, Cristofoli, and Guzman from Chile making it happen. Last chance, heat number 6, we have Becerra, Sanchez, Kuzma, Budelli, Gargaglia, Hasegawa, and Demont from Switzerland. Swiss rider out there in lane 7. Next to him, the Japanese rider. Looks like lane 1 was a little bit late. That's unfortunate, but I see that bright yellow bike popping out in front, legs moving fast, jumping into the first corner. That will be Kuzma, followed by Becerra, Budelli in third. So Kuzma, Becerra, Budelli, 1, 2, and 3 as they, whoa, unfortunate for Kuzma. Oh my gosh, has a Joris Daudet Rio Olympic moment as he doesn't get over the berm jump, but now we have Becerra and Budelli, 1 and 2.
The Chilean leading the way into the last turn, looking strong. He's going to come there, followed closely by the Italian and the Venezuelan rider picking up that third place position. It's going to be Chile, Italy, Venezuela, picking up the 1, 2, 3 spots.
So 2 Italians making it through. Kuzma, that's got to be disappointing for him. Official, Becerra, Budelli, Sanchez, and Gargaglia, and definitely a heartbreaker for Kuzma as he took himself out. Next up, heat 7, Hubert, Lopez, Kribor, Slots, Navarro, and Strasdins. So interesting spacing on the gate as we see some space between 4 and 6, and then again between 6 and 8. Focused on that gate was lane 1, but it looks like from the outside we're going to see that bright yellow uniform with legs moving fast. That's going to be Strasdins from Latvia. That nice pull from the outside, followed by Klebor in second. So Strasdins making it happen. Let's see how he gets over this berm jump. Looking kind of nice, lays it a little flat even, and there's going to be some hot action for second and third as we go over the big step up.
Strasdins trying to keep it clean in that third straightaway, but he is followed closely by Huber from France. Claiborne trying to stay in there, trying to move up for the Dutchland, coming through the finish line. It's going to be a fast one. Latvia, France, and Netherlands. Slots coming into that 4th place position.
Really good ride by Strasdins. Nice, just strong pull down that first straightaway. He just set himself outside. He said, I don't want any traffic. I'm going to give myself the best opportunity to transfer out. And sure enough, the official is Strasdins, Lopez, Hubert, and Slots. Hubert and Slots with that photo finish. It didn't matter exactly as far as qualifying out. It will matter for lane choice moving on. Next up, we have Gomers, McConey, Dubois, Peel, Aguirre, Ballerina, and Palominas. My eye is going to be on Peel, junior world champion, and just moved up racing these elites. He's definitely built like a man, but he's very young and he's very hungry. They're off. We have the Belgian guy in lane 1. I'm not sure if he's going to make great use of the inside. I think we have Peel in seconds, kind of getting squeezed out. But right now we have Dubois, Palominos, and Peel. Peel making a move. I think he's going to go for first. Peel is passing Dubois, and it looks like Palominos is going to try to make a move into the second corner. Sam, please tell us what you see.
Look like Peel's trying to stay out of everybody's way, but it's the Chilean rider in that second position. But Peel is going to lead the ride from the last corner, coming in, followed by the Dubois in the 3rd place. But we're going to have to wait for the official results at the moment.
So Peel peeled out. Palominos, Gomers, and McConey. Definitely an interesting lap. It got quite a bit of traffic between that first and second turn. And the official is Peel, Palominos, Gomers, and McConey. Unfortunately, Dubois was in a qualifying position and didn't make it happen. And Aguirre from Chile will have to wait till next week. Heat 9, Remertz, Schmidt, Fox, Sear, Barry, Galiamov, Denelole, and Fleming. So we have a full gate of 8 on this last chance, and only 4 will move on. As we get the track cleared, these gentlemen are up on the gate, looking to get that 4th or better position. It sounds simple, but it's not always that easy. So we're on the gate. Who has the focus? Who has the calm under the pressure? Who's going to rise to the occasion? So you see the German rider standing up, ready. Goggles are on. You see the rider in lane 1 just sitting there waiting. Now they're all up, and it's waiting for the call. They're off. Looks like the German rider gets pinched as the New Zealand rider, and the Russian taking it to the front from lane 6 quite early, getting a little crooked over that jump into the first corner, but doesn't matter. Galyamov followed by Fox and Remmertz, but Galyamov is just riding wild over these jumps. He's going fast, but he's definitely pitching it sideways over each one, which allows Fox to squeeze in underneath in that second corner.
Those Russians, they have the power down the first straight, and if he can keep it clean, he can have a next ride. It looks like he's going to qualify, but it's all about the New Zealand rider, Fox, taking it through to the finish line, followed by the Russian rider with the quick start. Netherlands, Remmertz, and Barry from New Zealand. 2 Kiwis in there that qualify.
That's going to be good for Team NZ, all black. So, Fox, Galyamov, Remmertz, and Barry, that will be the official Team NZL. New Zealand will get 2 riders moving on into the show. Heat 10, last chance. We have Buti, Brenner, Gierling, Espejo, Beskariovny, Maestruti, and Knapp. Knapp giving himself some space between lane 6 and 8. Looking at the last riders clearing off of the track, making their way out of the track area. UCI always wanting a clean and safe race, making sure everything is in order before the next group goes down the hill, as they should. Quality and safety are of the utmost importance. Heat 10, waiting for the call. Looks like the Swiss rider off to a decent start, but his teammate even a better start coming out of lane 2 or 3. That's Brunner and Gierling. So we have Swiss, Dutch, Swiss, and going into the second corner, they are fighting for second and third as the Swiss rider is mostly running away with it, but second and third is not decided.
Roger Rennenek is going to be happy about this one, saying two of the Swiss boys in first and second. Now they're making some moves, but it looks like is Switzerland going to come for the first and the third. Sandwiched between Gierling, the Netherlands, and the Italian rider picking up that 4th place position.
It was a lot of movement in that lap, and sometimes, even though it was clean, so the official is Buti, Gierling, Brunner, and Maestruti. Sometimes when there's a lot of movement, it tends to slow everyone down just a bit. So the next time we're going to see the men, it will be the 16th finals, and they will definitely put on a good show. But I think up now we have the last chance qualifier for the women. This is it. If you do not make it out of this, then your day is done. And so, 4 moving on from each round. Heat 1, last chance for elite women. Gonzalez, Velasquez, Veenstra, Grain, and Fleming. And I believe it's Gruen, because it's a French name, not a Dutch name. So my apologies. So will the Swiss rider make use of lane 1 and take it all the way to the pole position? We will see, but it looks like Veenstra coming down of that hill in all black, fast as I don't know what. But into the first turn, we have Veenstra and Gonzalez, followed by Fleming, Deenstra, Gonzalez, and Fleming, 1, 2, and 3. riders looking to stay clean. They're not jumping every jump, so I'm thinking the wind might have changed as they head into the second corner.
Yeah, Venstra's keeping her lead, trying to move smoothly through that second, third straightaway into the last corner, followed by the Swiss rider. It looks like there's going to be passes between the third and fourth, but coming through the finish line is going to be the Danish rider of Venstre, Swiss Grün from France, picking up that third place position.
So the official, Venstre, Gonzalez, Grün from France, and Fleming moving on. They still have hope to keep their day going. As we see here, last chance heat 2, I think this is going to be a lock as we have Moreau, Requero, Rich Davis, and Michelson. I think there may have been someone who did not show due to a crash, which is unfortunate. So if there's only 4 ladies up, they will qualify on. But I know they want to put in a good lap just to keep the flow going. And as we see the British rider heading out there with a great start, but the French rider taking it to the sky on jumps 1 and 2 as she checks out. Moreau, followed by Rich Davis and Garcia Requero in the second straight as they headed. I think the wind has picked up just a bit. Otherwise, we would see these ladies catching air into the second corner. Nonetheless, it's Moreau, Rich Davis, and Requero, respectively, going down the third straight.
Even though these ladies, all 4 of them qualify, it's so important to try to do the fastest lap as possible as their times do carry on to the next round. It looks like it's going to be the French ride of Moreau picking up that first place position.
Moreau, Rich Davis. So Rich Davis actually had a great start but did not jump the first jump, and as you see, was not rewarded for rolling through it. Moreau, Rich Davis, Garcia, Michelson, and Saylor, unfortunately, not showing up and making it through. So, Heat 3, last chance. Escobar, Calderon, Admakina, Juteau, and Nagare from Japan. So it's not always easy when you have all this space. So there's 5 ladies and only 4 to make it, but that means they have a lot of track to work with. Clean start. Looks like the Russian takes it to the sky early on. All 4 up front take it to the sky on jumps 1 and 2. As they go into the first turn, we have Admakino, Calderon, and Escobar 1, 2, and 3. So Admakina looking like she's trying to run away with it. Looks like the Colombian decides to take it to the sky one more time than the Russian as she catches up. So Admakina and Calderon 1 and 2.
They're working hard, try to be as fast and smooth as possible, but it's going to be that Russian to take it home, followed closely by Calderon and Epps for the third. It's going to be the Russian.
Battle for third. Admakino, Calderon, Juteau, and Escobar. 1, 2, 3, and 4. 2 Colombians make it out of that round. Unfortunately, Nagare will have to wait till next time. The official, Admakina, Calderon, Juteau, and Escobar. So the next time we see the women will be in the quarterfinals. And it looks like we are going to Pete D in the pits again. Pete D in the pits. Who do you have on deck?
So there you have the last chance qualifiers. Now we move on to single elimination racing in just about 20 minutes. But next up, we have Dave Vandenberg. Yesterday, a great race, just so close to that win. Dave, come on in and give the fans a little bit of info on how the race day went for you yesterday. You looked really well. That main event came, and you surprised a lot of people that may have not have heard of you before, but they definitely know who you are now. So let's talk about yesterday's main event.
I felt good. The race before the main event were a little exhausting, but I could win every race, so my gate pick was third, so that wasn't bad because I wanted to pick the inside line. And so I wasn't 3. Good gate, got to the inside, hole shot it, and I was like, okay, no mistakes now, and didn't make any big mistakes, lost some speed, and yeah, just got passed on the line.
So close, but yet still an incredibly impressive result for just your second main event overall in the World Cup, correct?
Yeah, that's true. My first main event was last year in Sarasota. Really happy with that, and yeah, hopefully more to come.
So you're the current national champion here in Holland, and as well as, again, so we're coming into today's racing. How did the first round go for you?
Didn't have the hardest moto, but we had like two people who are really fast on the track. So Carlos Ramirez, and yeah, he's known as the magician. So you know he's gonna be there on the track, and in the second turn he showed himself, and I was like, okay, what are you gonna do? And he was like on the inside, so I was like, well, maybe if he goes for it, I'm letting him go. But he said to me, just go. So I took the lead in the last turn, and well, finished the races first, but tried to save some energy. It's gonna be a long day again, so yeah, hopefully a long day.
So the weather here is usually about the same. It looks like we're gonna have a decent day, not too windy conditions when we move on throughout the program. Yeah. So for you, how are you gonna approach each of the next of these 4 or 5 races that you need to do to make your way back into the main event again?
Just look at which gate pick I got, and just like I said, I want to take the inside because my gates are good. So once you are like besides them, it's hard for them to come from the outside, and just take it lap by lap. And what you said, the weather condition is perfect. Like it's not sunny, but there's not much wind, and it's dry, and that's like good for you.
So an interesting fact that I learned from you is you live close by. Laura Smulders lives close by. So just talk about the proximity of not just there's a second Supercross track, but as well as a lot of regular tracks in this area. So just talk about how much you can ride on a day-to-day basis here.
Well, we train here 2 times a day, like 3-4 times a week we train on this track, and like an hour from here there are like 20 different tracks and 1 Supercross track more. So yeah, we had a lot of choices on which track we can ride. Like now in this season, like the most important races are Supercross, so yeah, we train here more often. But for like skill sessions, yeah, we go to smaller tracks, and they just built a pump track and a little trail section here just close to the track. So yeah, that's perfect.
So a lot of people always refer to your team as the Dutch Army. So talk about what it's like to be part of such a great program that a lot of people aspire in other countries around the world to be like.
Well, I just joined last year, so this year is first for me, and well, it's a dream to come true. And you know, as a young kid, you want to join the national team. And well, Papendal has just everything. The facility, it's awesome. You can do everything you have to do for BMX racing, just the gym. Yeah, what I say, everything. And the track is like in perfect condition most of the time. So yeah, we can train ideal.
So next week we look forward to going to Zolder and I'm sure you've ridden there. So can you give us a preview of what that track's like and what we should expect if it's changed at all since the World Championships just a few years ago?
The track is the same as last year. Only difference between the World Championship is that we ride the 8-meter hill, and because of last year's bad weather, we rode the 5-meter. But compared to this track, it's like a lot smaller. Only two jumps on the first straight, and yeah, that makes your gate even more important than it is here. And overall the track is a little tighter, more technical, so I think the races are going to be tighter and you're going to see more actions in the turns.
All right, so definitely interesting. We're excited to see next weekend, but let's get back to today. What are you going to have to do to win again, get on the podium again today in the main event?
Be consistent, good gates, don't make any mistakes, and yeah, try to stay focused.
All right, well, you've heard it right here from Dave Vandenberg. Second yesterday, definitely a great run. Thanks so much, and good luck for the rest of the day.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so now we've got a little bit of a break, and we will get back to those 16th quarters qualifiers for the Elite Men and Elite Women. The Elite Women will move on into our 8s. Top 4 move on, single elimination, and we will see you after the next round.
Thank you, Pete, for the information, and Vandenberg giving you a taste of what that championship mindset is like. Consistency, staying focused, minimizing mistakes. That's what it takes.
It's what it takes.
That's what it takes. What did it take for you, Sam?
When racing,
Yeah.
obviously.
You're
Yeah.
a champion.
I think it's a lot about believing in yourself too.
Oh, yes.
To
One of my
know-
favorite words, belief.
Yeah, to know that you're capable. And I think all of the races that I've performed the best at, I kind of knew already before I even got to the track. Like, yes, this is going to be mine. I put in all the work, and that's all I really needed to do, I felt. So I think a lot of my best races, if you would have asked me the Thursday before, I would have said, yes, I'm going to win.
Wow.
Yeah.
There you go. I'm going to win.
But what about you?
Well, I think, to be perfectly honest, sometimes I didn't know. But I agree with you with the belief. Even if I didn't know what was going to happen, I believed I could do it.
Yeah.
That it was possible. And sometimes, even if I didn't have the evidence, there was still something special that just said, it still can happen anyway. And so that's what I like about sport is no matter what the lap times are, no matter how much weight you're pushing in the gym, you get on that gate for a reason. And that's to find out. And you never know how it's going to play out. You never know, even if someone is faster or stronger, it doesn't necessarily mean that they can beat you. So there's riding and there's racing. And so it comes down to who's ready to race.
I think that's really evident on this course as well, in the way it's 400 meters long. It's so open. It's technical, and you can see some strong riders have really good first straightaway. But if they just can't keep the momentum going through the track, you can see that they kind of fall back. And I think it shows which riders have a good track speed. And I think that's so important in the sport of Supercross, that you're able to have a fast lap time, fast track speed, but also you can still have a quick gait, strong. And for the way that's set up now you need to have a certain amount of endurance, because it is, it doesn't sound like much 8 laps or 7 laps through a day, but it is a lot mentally and physically when you start the day at 9 o'clock and have practice and have to then go and race and then wait and then race, warm up, cool down. So it is going to be demanding on the riders, and we'll see how this year kind of plays out, how the training might change for next year.
Definitely. And I think, the stamina, the physical fitness definitely plays a strong role in this. And I think in many ways, some of the riders that are living in the U.S. right now, I know Silva and Andre spend a lot of time in the U.S. I know a lot of riders from all over the world have moved to either California or they're spending time there. They are somewhat used to racing more because in the U.S. when they have a national event, they race 2 days out of every weekend, and they put in a lot of laps. But for perspective to what you're saying, it is a lot of efforts, because in any other Olympic sprint sport, such as track and field or even track cycling, the amount of race efforts you put out in one day is maybe like 3 at most. And so that's Olympic level sprinting. And so in BMX, our favorite Olympic sport, there's way more efforts, there's way more sprint efforts, race efforts that you have to put out. And that's aside from practice, because even those are sprint efforts too, at least down the hill. So quite a bit of physical strength required, as well as focus and mental strength and emotional strength as well, because it gets pretty hairy out there sometimes. You can take things personal sometimes. Things don't always go your way.
Yeah.
So, sorry.
Go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
I was just going to say that's life. Not
That's
everything.
life.
You need to kind of deal, and maybe the day won't start out as you wish it would, but how are you going to change your mindset to finish it better than it started? I think that's a difficult thing as well.
That is the skill set, isn't it? That shift. Can we shift mindset? Because sometimes the environment doesn't change. It's up to you to make the change. Here we go again. UCI Supercross BMX World Cup, Sam Cools and myself, Jason Richardson, going deep in between motos. But this is what happens. This is actually a glimpse into what happens between motos. So other than the warming up and cooling down, I'm quite certain there's a lot of riders in the pits sitting there and going deep within themselves, having those conversations about life and BMX, figuring out the world. Racing resumes at 3:20, and we have about 11 more minutes before that happens. These riders are putting in a lot of effort, so now we are about to head into the rounds that count. So from here on out, it is single eliminations, no more last chances. These are only chances moving forward. And as we see the top 8, they have all made it from yesterday. They have qualified. So our main event makers, both in the men and the women's, are all still in the hunt today, along with everyone else who did not make it through to the final round yesterday. So now we want to see if there's any shakeups. Any predictions, Sam?
I actually don't have any predictions for the final, but I think that we're going to see some new names up there. I think there was a lot that happened yesterday in the 1/8s and the quarterfinals that we're going to see. You know, I talked with Tanner Sebesta, and he said, it wasn't good enough for me. I'm better than this. I can do better, and I'm going to try to show that today. And I think that there was a lot of athletes in the same position as him. So I think we might have a bit of a shake-up in that 1/8 quarterfinals. But I mean, the top guys, they were riding good yesterday, and they looked good today as well. So I'm kind of ready to see the 16ths go down and see how kind of that plays out.
Yes, so what I'm hearing is you're saying we're going to see some different players make it into the final.
Not necessarily.
Look at you,
yeah.
just own it, just own it.
No,
I think so. I
no.
think we're not going to see the same 8 in the both finals.
Of course,
We'll see
I
some
don't think
different
we're
people.
going to see the same 8, but I think that it might not shake up that much, but I think that there will be some more key players to kind of get in there and have the chance to move forward. Because I think BMX now, especially for the men's, it's not the top 8, it's not the top 4, it's the top 24. And I think we need to kind of, you can have a great day, you can have a perfect lap, and you can make it into that final, and it could be any one of those top 24 riders. Of course, there's some that stand out. This is a home track of the Dutch team, so I think they have that hometown advantage, as we kind of saw yesterday, with 4 out of the 6 podiums being from the Dutch riders. I know that they're strong, they had a good winter to train, but I mean, maybe British rider, American rider, Canadian rider can kind of shake it up, and South American rider can kind of shake it up and get their noses in there as well.
Yeah, definitely someone like the Magician could make their way in there. Campo looking strong, so their days were cut abnormally short yesterday. Obviously someone like Dean, who has been basically making every final and every other race and been top 3 in those finals, at least in the first turn. So his day was cut short abnormally. So these are interesting. You can see on the finish line area, we have yesterday's winner, Sylvain Andre, warming up. Decided to find a nice little uphill spot to kind of recharge those fast twitch muscle fibers, wake them up. A little recall there. And surprised he didn't get kicked off, but it's all good. But yeah, there's several people that can actually win. Even in the women's, I would say probably 3 or 4 that are win capable at least, who can win. And in the men, probably about 7, 8, probably more than a gate full of men that are actually win capable. So that definitely makes it tough once you get in the eighths, quarters, and semis, because as we know, it's fourth or better to get in that final. And someone like a David Graff, who unfortunately crashed, he's not racing, but there's still a lot of men and women who are able to get on that podium, and only 3 fit.
Yeah, I saw David Graff down there earlier. He gave us the thumbs up, which was a sign that he's okay. I also I saw a post from Brooke Crane last night. I think she's doing okay, but do you know more about that? Maybe the viewers at home might want to
Yes, so
have a little
Brooke Crane,
update.
her spirits are up. Was an unfortunate fall, but she's receiving great care, and she wishes everyone. She wants to thank everyone for their well wishes, and she's doing fine, and that she will be up and running, hopefully sooner rather than later. So they're just doing a couple of extra tests and taking some extra precautions, and obviously there's a bit of a language barrier, so everyone's making sure she's getting the right care, and the Team USA definitely has somebody working between the medical staff here and her people at home to make sure that she gets the absolute best. So, but Brooke sends her thumbs up to everyone and says thanks to everyone. She's kept her sense of humor about everything, and she'll be back sooner than we think.
Yeah. She's one of those athletes. I mean, I remember me coming down to the States when I was 17, and she was just young. I think she was riding for Redmond at the time, and you know, she's turned into be one of the great athletes of the USA. So it's really fun to see her kind of rise to the occasion.
Yes.
For the U.S. team.
Yeah, that's one of the fun parts about this sport. Even see that gentleman in black, that Sylvain Andre, yesterday's winner. We were talking in Phoenix at another bike race some time ago, and he was telling me that he remembered me when I used to go to France to train with PH, to Pierre-Henri Sauce. I used to go to this little town called Cavaillon, France, and he was one of the local riders there, and he remembered being on the gate with me when he was a little guy, you know, 10 or 11 years old, and getting my number plate or something like that. So it's interesting that everyone here has a story, and we're all connected through history and through these bicycles, these 20-inch bicycles with the small wheels. But, and like you said about Brooke, and you know, everyone here has a story, and everyone at this level has been involved in the sport for a long time. It's clearly, if you walk around the pits and observe the riders, you can clearly see that not only are they serious about what they're doing, but it's also a passion. And that's what I think one of the special things about BMX, a sport like this, is where it's not just a job. It's not just what you do. It really is a lifestyle and a passion, as Tori Nyhog right here can attest.
Canadian rider. Probably one of the best looking gentlemen on the circuit, from the feedback I get from some of the women I know. Yeah. Nice guy. Was able to spend some time with him in San Diego and work with him and train with him a bit. Him and PH, they were, before the Olympics, needed a place to stay between hotels. I said, why don't you come on down and hang with me? So it was fun to do some sprints and get blown out by him. Anyways, the 16th finals for the men are up, and they are looking to get to the 8th finals, to that next round. Heat 1, Tori Nyhog. Shippers, Van der Gronendal, Omant, Mahue, Seegers, Hubert, and Strasdens. Latvian rider, lane 8. I'm sure he's comfortable with lane 8, as he won his last moto from lane 8, so this will be interesting. Now we're getting into elimination round, so there is no second chance after this. It's top 4 move on to the next. You see Tori Nyhog there, Shippers next, some Dutchmen in 2 and 3. It's not going to get easier from here on out. It's just going to get more difficult. Making sure that everything's perfect, that gate is perfect. First jump, get the backside, get a good line around the first turn to set yourself up nice for that second straight pro section.
It's all about setups, isn't it? You know, setting up for the gate, setting up for the jump, setting up for the turn, setting up for the next straight. You know, it's really the effort. You hear riders talk about focusing on myself. That's probably one of the most important things ever, but I think when they're saying focusing on myself, it's fighting for that setup. You know, every moment, every inch, every spot, fighting for the next setup, because momentum is a good thing, and if you lose that momentum, then you could find yourself being caught or passed or making a mistake. So as you see people getting ready and they're going through their little head shakes and hand shakes and goggle airing out, like all of it is all set up. So it's very, very fun to watch this, and I'm actually quite glad I don't do this anymore. I miss it, but definitely it's much more fun
like
to be a fan right now.
It's ritual. So each rider has their ritual. And you said that as a rider that was very important to you, and I think it's the same for all of these riders. They do the same things every time they get into the gate.
Yes. So Nyhog in lane 1, Shippers in 2 with his compatriot and teammate in 3. 2 Frenchmen in 4 and 5. So Sam, as someone who's raced at a country level, on an Olympic level, how is it to have essentially a teammate next to you when really you're teammates, but you're ultimately going for the same thing?
I was a bit of a lone wolf. Yeah, there wasn't, when I was competing at a level, I didn't really have that many, teammates, but we were all friends. You know, we had all a mutual respect for each other. So, when I'm next to Ariel Martin in the gate, it was like, hey, I'm going to fist pump you. I hope you do well. Let's stay clean on our bike. Let's have fun out there and ultimately enjoy what we're doing, because that's really the most important thing. But that was back in the day.
That was back. Well, we saw some fist pumps yesterday.
Yeah,
we did see some fist pumps yesterday, and everyone wants to be clean. That's another nice thing about this sport, is there is a you may not like the person next to you, but there's generally a respect that I've noticed amongst everyone, and everyone out there is doing the same thing and looking to go for essentially the same thing. So it's just a matter of racing hard and with honor. So that's nice. So Heat 1, Nyhog, Shippers, Van Gronendal, Omont, Maheu, Seegers, Hubert, and Strasdens. So
3 Frenchmen.
3 Frenchmen, 2 Dutch, 1 Canadian, 1 Latvian. It's about to get real right now. They all are on the gate waiting for the call. They are off. Looks like Nyhog has a decent enough start, but the Frenchman is going to the front along with Nyhog. I suspect Nyhog's going to stick it in there for the first, coming out of the first turn. So Nyhog, Maheu, with the Dutchman in third, flying. As you can see, the speeds have definitely picked up. Nyhog laying it flat into the second corner with the Frenchman behind him, Maheu.
Nyhog does not want to give an inch on that first place finish, and he won't. He's going to fight strong. Going into the last corner, it's going to be Nyhog with Maheu in the second, and 2 Dutchmen in 3 and 4. You can hear the crowd go wild. What is it going to be? It's going to be Nyhog, Maheu, Grunendal, and Seegers from Belgium. Well, looked like there was a photo between Seegers and Omont. We will see. You've been calling it actually better than the camera, in my opinion. You've been right every time, Sam. That was a great race by Nyhog. And there you go. The official Nyhog, Maheu, Van Gronendal, and Seegers. Omont just missing out.
Next up, we have yesterday's winners, Sylvain Andre, De Sousa, Isidore, Lenegal, Slots, Harmsen, Brunner, and Racine. 8 men in the gate, full gate, so no one lap, no crap. This is it. They are going 4 or more, otherwise they have to go home. Single elimination rounds. Andre in lane 1, Isidore in 3. Everyone looking to make it a better day today. Looking at that, looks like Andre hit somebody out of the gate. Isidore almost loses a pedal over the first jump, but manages to stay in 3rd and fighting for 2nd, going low. Andre, Harmsen, Isidore. Andre, Harmsen, Isidore, 1, 2, and 3. Looks like the Brazilians trying to make a move into the 2nd corner, but Andre with a commanding lead right now. Isidore might be in trouble.
I think Isidore kind of backed off a little bit in that first turn, but he's paying for it now. But it looks like the winner from yesterday, Andre, into that last corner first, followed by Harmsen. Racine in that 3rd position, but it's going to be a photo finish. It looks like that Isidore comes up with that 4th place.
Yeah, that was definitely a nerve-wracking race for Isidore for sure. Going from 2nd to almost 5th, but just getting through. The official is Andre, Harmsen, De Sousa, and Isidore. You do not want to be in 4th place with some heat on you. Next up, Daudet, Hughes, Christensen, Ospina, Freiswick, Avril, Homsch, and Molenfant. So, our featured rider is Joris Daudet, world champ. He got in the main yesterday, but did not get the finish he wanted. So let's see if he could take that chase bicycle to the podium, or at least take it to the next round after this lap. He's sitting in lane 1. Next to him is Hughes, the young Australian in lane 2. As you can see, they're shaking it out, and it's pretty tight up on that gate. There's not that much space, just a matter of inches between riders. So the accuracy and dexterity of these riders is amazing when you really think about how much torque and power they're laying down out of the gate to not get in each other's way as much as it happens. They're off. Looks like Daudet had a nice clean start, easy pedals, taking it to the front, putting a bike length on him, going into the first corner with the Australian in tow. So we have Daudet, Freiswick, and Homsch. French, Australia 1, 2, and 3, with Freiswick and Daudet going to the front, real in the 2nd corner.
Daudet is looking strong. There's a reason why he has those rainbow stripes around his chest, followed by the Aussie ride of Freiswick and Hughes in 2nd and 3rd, and that's how it's going to be. It's going to be the world champ, the Frenchman of Daudet, Freiswick, Hughes for the 3rd, and Ospina from Colombia picking up that 4th.
Ospina taking advantage. Christensen getting the bad end of that deal. He was sitting 4th that whole lap, but the official is Daudet, Freiswick, Hughes, and Ospina. Unfortunately for Christensen, he's done for the day. He was in, I believe, 3rd or 4th and just didn't make it out. Next round, Sebesta, Geerling, Dean, Kronk, Lebaunet, Kriegers, McLean, and Tugas. This is going to be a tough one. There's a lot of talent and a lot of heat down the first straight between Dean, Sebesta, the Latvian, and Tugas. So definitely going to get interesting on this lap. Off to a good start. My eyes on Dean and Sebesta, and sure enough, Dean is leading them out with Sebesta. Looks like he'll drop right into the 2nd place in the first corner. Still some heat on him, so Dean, Sebesta, and Kriegers, along with another Australian in 4th. There's going to be a lot going on up front. Dean crossing it up, heading into the 2nd corner. Looks like Kriegers is going to give Sebesta a run for the money.
Dean is looking strong today. He's ready to have smooth laps. He's going to head into the last turn in the first, followed by Krieger, Sebesta in the 3rd place. They're going to fight it out all the way to the finish line, but it's going to be Dean, Krieger, Sebesta, and Kronk for that 4th place position.
Yes, yes. Dean Krieger, Sebesta, and Kronk. Sebesta crashed down the last straight yesterday, so I think he came out of that last corner and probably took a little mini breath and said, okay, just get to the finish line and qualify. And sure enough, he did. The official, Dean, Krieger, Sebesta, and Kronk, they will move on. McLean, Geerling, LeBaron, and Tugas, unfortunately, are done for the day. Next up in Heat 6, Palmer, Ramirez, Molina, Bretthauer, Galiamov, Clerté, Godoy, Becerra, and Remertz. Featured rider is Carlos Ramirez, the magician. Made magic happen at the Olympics. And let's see if he can make it happen in this lap. So Ramirez looks like he gets shut down right off the start, as Molina is going to take it into the first turn in first with that pretty white uniform, along with the Canadian in second. But look at, wouldn't you know, looks like Ramirez pops into second position anyway behind Molina and is going for the first. He wants more.
Ramirez in that 1st place position, followed closely by Molina. Palmer, the Canadian, sitting in that 2nd position now, and a Russian squeezing into that 4th place. We're going to go around the last corner. It's Ramirez, Palmer, Milano from Argentina, and the Russian for the 4.
And what a great ride. Ramirez, as you see, did not, was essentially shut down out of the gate and comes out of the first turn somehow in second, passes for first. So he made magic happen. The official, Ramirez, Palmer, Molina, and Galiamov, they will move on. And the next heat is up, Heat 4. We have the Americans, Smith, Van Gent, Kadyshev, Bernhardt, Yamaguchi, Brechon, Pabijankas, and McConey. So this will be interesting. Smith has shown a lot of promise lately. He's in lane 1, the American. But Van Gent, as you know, this is his local track in lane 2. Smith looks like he's off to a great start. Van Gent, even a better one, but that's probably going to help Smith out as Van Gent blazes a trail for Smith to file right in second place. So it's Van Gent, Smith, and Bernhardt, 1, 2, 3 down the second straightaway. Smith tucking it in, looking kind of nice, but Van Gent seems to be pulling away over the berm jump as they head into the 3rd straightaway.
Van Gent showing his home people what he's able to do, but he's getting passed by Smith on that 3rd straightaway. Going into the last turn, it looks like Smith is going to take over Van Gent. They're going to fight it out all the way to the finish line, followed by the German ride and the Russian. It will be Van Gent, Smith, Bernhardt, and the Russian of Kadyshev.
Yes, Kadyshev was talking to before I get into the story, the official, Van Gent, Smith, Bernhardt, and Kadyshev, talking to the Russian coach, and he was saying that the riders are working hard, and it's showing. Next up, Heat 7, Evans, Fox, Van Gorkum, Scottman, Giraldo, Bensink, Volk, and Barry. Featured rider, crowd favorite, Jelle Van Gorkum. Best Supercross finish is a first. He's hoping to get another best finish today. So the wind's died down a bit. The Tioga flag is just hanging in the breeze. So it looks like Fox was shut down by Evans and Van Gorkum. Evans taking it to the front with that long blue pure bike. Van Gorkum just on the outside. Evans has got his work cut out for him as he has 2 Dutchmen follow him by Van Gorkum and Bensink. But Evans looks like he's checking out just a bit over the berm jump as Van Gorkum and Bensink are in tow.
Evans is on a mission, clearing that step table, pulling away now from the Dutch army going into the last turn. It looks like Evans is going to be taking it home, followed by Van Gorkum and Bensink in the 3. As we pass the finish line, it's all about Evans, British Army, Van Gorkum, Bensink, and Scoutman. 3 Dutch men into the next round.
That's not easy to do. but it happened. So Evans, Van Gorkum, Bensick, and Scottman is the official, and 3 Dutchmen make it through to the next round. Heat 8, Chappelle, Villegas, Milano, Lanegar, Dyke, Ramos, my man Mello, and Gargaglia. Looking up to the hill, riders are ready, standing up and ready. Pump up the bass just a bit as we wait for the call. Let's see if the Argentinian can use that power and take that green bike to the front. He looks like he was in second. He says, no, I'm going to go for first in this first corner. Sure enough, Villegas, Milano, and Lanegar 1, 2, and 3. Villegas looks like he's starting to get some early pedals in the air as he takes it over the berm jump. Lanegar and Milano just following, coming out of the second corner.
Villegas looking nice and smooth, followed by Milano and Chappelle in the third. It's going to be good going into the last turn. Villegas coming out, going to finish it off with Milan and Chappelle into that last finish line with a close 4th place finish. I think it's going to be a photo finish. I didn't know if it's your man Milano, Milio.
Milan, my man Mello, I don't think made it through. However, that was really unfortunate. Lanegar had a rough lap too. He was in 4th. You see him walking off. He already took his helmet off. He knows it didn't happen. He was just kind of hung out to dry in that last corner. He went from 3rd to 4th to 5th really fast. And all it takes is a bit of a slip. But the official is Villegas, Milano, Chappelle, and my man Mello does get through, just beating out Dyke and Lanegar. Heat 9, Kimin, Ramiro Marino, Da Silva, Dumi, Lopez, Munoz, Villard, and Mir. Mir taking lane 8, just wanting to stay out of it all. I think he's going to watch out for lane 8 and lane 1. They may sandwich the rest of the competition. There is a lot of power coming out of lane 1 and lane 8. See the stripes on Kingman's collar signifying he was a world champion. Looks like Kingman's off to a great start, and Mir on the outside with a great start, but cases the first jump a bit. Doesn't matter much. He is going into the first corner in second, following Kingman with Ramiro Marino in third. Marino putting in some good laps, freewheeling over one of those jumps, getting his pedals set, but they're spreading out as they go into the second corner.
Kingman is leading the way. Mir right behind him, and Marino in that 3rd place position. Coming into the last turn, it's going to be Kingman, Mir, Marino. I think that's the way it's going to end up. But it's a fight for that 4th place position, and I think that it's going to be the French ride of Lopez to squeeze in for that final qualifying position.
So 2 Frenchmen make it out. Mir with a great start from lane 8. The official, Kingman, Mir, Marino, and Lopez. That will be the official. And the next up, we have Heat 10. We have Chirac, Derome, Sharrock, Luki, Blanchot, Vanderweist, Vasco, and Sanchez. Corbin Chirac is our featured rider. He is just the quiet, silent, but deadly powerful rider from Tucson, riding that daylight bike. Rio Olympian, U.S. national champ, as signified by the sleeve on his left arm. They're off, and it looks like Corbin Chirac is in no rush, except for the fact that he is killing it into the first turn in first, followed by Sharrock. So we have Chirac, Sharrock, and Derome 1, 2, and 3. Chirac, Sharrock, and Derome 1, 2, and 3 as they hop into the second corner, rounding it out and heading into the third straight.
Chirac has been looking strong all day today. I think he's going to be the one to watch for the final. Nice and clean into the last corner. It's going to be Chirac, and the Derome, Luki, the 2 Frenchmen, picking up the 3rd and 4th spots in that round.
Yeah, good race by Chirac, the official Chirac, then Sharrock, Derome, and Luki. And Chirac is just so relaxed. Doesn't look like he's going as fast as he is, except for the fact that he's way out in front. Next round, Campo, Peluard, Link, Renkarel, Paineron, Tizar, Rock and Roll Cole, Tizar, Rosa, and Budelli. So looking up to the hill, my eyes are going to be on lane 1. Riders focused, waiting for the call. They're off. Looks like Campo had a clean start, taking those long legs, pumping all the way over the second jump, jumping into first place in the first corner, staying smooth. Looks like Campo, Renkarel, followed by Peluard, who looks to have a little bit of trouble by an Australian going into the first corner, but right now it's Campo and Renkarel.
Campo was not happy about yesterday, but he's picking it up with Renkarel in that second position, fighting him down, trying to pass him into the last turn. It's going to be Campo, Renkarel, Rosa in that third position, but it's going to be a fight for that fourth place position. They're not going to give it up. It's going to be Campo, Renkarel, Rosa, and Peluard for the fourth place position.
Yes, Peluard had some work. He was in third, then he went to fourth, almost dropped back to fifth, so that's a stressful race for him, but he just makes it through as the official is Campo, Renkarel, Rosa, and Peluard. Next up, Heat 12, Marquardt, Naverstad, Pillard, Faber, Tornbize, Butti, Tomazioli, and Popma. See if Popma can pop into the next round. He has his work cut out from lane 8, but he may have ridden this track before, being from the Netherlands. Marquardt with lane 1, next to Naverstad in lane 2. Out they go. Looks like Naverstad straight to the front with Marquardt right there. Over jumps the second jump, so that gives Naverstad even more space to take the lead. Naverstad, Marquardt, and Butti 1, 2, and 3. So we have Denmark, Switzerland, and Switzerland 1, 2, and 3 with a Frenchman jumping into fourth place. But right now, Naverstad has a commanding lead over this lap.
It's going to be all about Norway heading down that third straightaway, nice and clean and strong. Going into that last turn, Tua Navastad is going to take it home with Pillard and McQueen right next to him, but it's going to be Navastad for the win. Pillard, Marquardt for the third.
Marquardt, yes, sorry, Navastad. Norway, not Denmark. I believe I said Denmark, but the official is Naverstad from Norway. Pillard, Marquardt, and Tornbize. So every person making it through from a different country. Heat 13, Vandenberg, Nagasako, White, Trey White, Kimman, Peel, Malyshenkov, Vidi, and Mastruti. So this will be interesting. Our featured rider, Nagasako on the Haro. Best Supercross finish would be a 6th, and he definitely wants to improve it. And in order to improve it, he has got to move on past this round. A lot of heat coming out of the inside with Vandenberg in 1. But looks like the Japanese rider got an amazing start. He's going to take it to the front. Trey White seems to be stuck in traffic. He looks to make a move in 3rd, but we're going to have Nagasako followed by Vandenberg and the Latvian in 3rd, with Trey White hanging on in 4th as they go into the second corner and out of the second corner.
Nagasako trying to hold off Vandenberg, but I don't think he's going to be able to do it. It's Vandenberg going into the last turn. Second place is going to be the Latvian Avida Nagasaki in the 3rd, but it's a Dutchman racing for that 4th place position. Who's it going to be? We have to wait to the final results to let us know. Vandenberg, Nagasako, Kimman, and Vida for the 4.
What an amazing ride. The Dutch rider goes from 5th to 4th, forcing White and Malyshenkov to race for it. White gets off the track. The official, Vandenberg, Nagasako, Kimman, and Vide, Malyshenkov, White, and Mastruti are forced to watch. the rest of the day. Heat 14, Fields, Sakakibara, Lopez, Klashenko, Topinka, Cristofoli, Palominos, and Gamers. Featured rider is Connor Fields. Wanting to improve upon yesterday's finish, he came here to win. So I know he is focused like a laser beam and ready to rise to the occasion. Next to him is Sakakibara, number 77, Australian national champ in lane 2, looking to make a name for himself and put his stamp on the BMX world as a player. As the riders waiting for the official start, making sure the track is clear and just right. The full gate of 8, Belgian rider in lane 8, so he has his work cut out for him a bit. And the Russian rider coming out of lane 4. You also may want to keep an eye on the Czech rider in 5, who's been known to surprise people with his speed down the first straight. Still on hold a bit. Riders are ready, waiting for the call. Here we go. Connor Field blasting out of the gate with Sakakibara next to him, but not enough to keep up with Fields. So Fields is going to lead everybody out with Sakakibara in second. So we have Fields, Sakakibara, and Lopez from Colombia, 1, 2, and 3. Fields looking good, Sakakibara looking confident, and Lopez looking good as they head over the berm jump into the second turn. And my man, the Czech rider, is in 4th. I told you.
2016 Olympic gold medalist Connor Fields riding, looking smooth out there. Followed by the young gun of Sakakibara. Yes, I got it right. And Lopez coming in for the 3rd place position. But it's going to be Fields,
Sakakibara.
and Lopez for the 3rd.
All right, the official is Fields, Sakakibara, Lopez, and Topinka from Czech Republic. So Lucas Tame, his coach, proud of that one. Heat 15, Tremanes, Rezende, Shawnee Gain, Godet, Savita, Tween, Guzman, and Yoshimura. This is going to be interesting. I wouldn't want to call this one. Everyone in this lap has their own special sauce that makes them who they are. Rezende with those track skills, Shawnee Gain with those great starts, the Latvian with those amazing first straights. Only 4 to go. Godet in 4, also known for speed. Looks like they're off. Shawnee Gain had a good start, a little bit of an over jump down over the first jump, and Rezende is going to take him into the first straight in first with the Latvian in second. Shawnee Gain looks to be in trouble and shuts it down. So it's going to be Rezende and the Japanese rider 1 and 2 with Godet in 3rd and the Latvian in 4th.
Rezende, aka Smiles, is going to be taking this out from the gate. Looking smooth through that 3rd straightaway, but there's a fight for the 2nd position. Going into the last turn, it looks like Rezende, Godet to squeeze into that 2nd place with the Japanese rider coming into the 3rd, and Termanis coming from Latvia into that 4th position.
What a ride, what a ride. Rezende, Godet, Yoshimura, and Tremanis. Unlikely of Tremanis to end up in a 4th or even go into the first turn in without top 3 position, but made it out nonetheless. Heat 16, Turner, Garcia, Turkelson, Webster, Sciortino, Van Kamen, Fala, and Tahiko. So we see them on top of the hill. Van Kamen already standing up and getting his pedals set in lane 6. Garcia in 2. Bodie Turner in 1. Gate drops. Bodie Turner with a great start. Garcia overjump a little bit, still manages to stay in second/third. Van Kamen trying to stay tight in there, but he comes out of the first turn in third. So it's going to be Turner, Garcia, and Van Kamen 1, 2, and 3. Australia, USA as they jump into the second corner with Van Kamen overtaking Garcia.
Bodie Turner, the coolest guy on the circuit, coming in, showing us all how it should be done. Into the last turn, it's going to be Bodie Turner, Van Kamen, and Garcia for the third, going all the way to the finish line. That's the way it's going to be. Turner, Van Kamen, Garcia, and the Danish ride of Richardson.
Good ride by Garcia. He could have gotten into a little bit of trouble. He overjumped that a bit, that first jump, and just stayed calm and collected. The official is Turner, Van Kamen, Garcia, and Richardson. Unfortunately, Webster follow, and the rest of the lot have to watch. So there you have it. The next time we see the elite men will be the 8th finals. It is getting crazy out there. Now, next up is the 8th finals for the women. 4th or better. No more last chance, it's one chance. Next up, Heat 1. Smolders, Houseman, Restrepo, Pech, Calderon, and Gonzalez. Our featured rider is our featured future and current superstar, Laura Smolders, as she has just been dominating people on this track. She did not lose a lap yet, and I don't think she wants to start now. She'll be in lane 1 next to her compatriot, Huisman. The gate drops. Looks like Smolders is going to jump to the front. Houseman with a little bit of trouble on that first and second jump, but she still manages to stay in second place. So it's going to be Smolders, Houseman, and Pech. Smolders, Pech, Houseman falls down to 3. She seems to be going backwards. Smolders is pulling away as the Colombian rider jumps into second, but Smolders is just making it happen.
Smolders is running away. She has already half a straightaway on Husman coming into that last turn. There's some crashes, but it's Smolders, Husman, and the Colombian ride. Swiss also picking up that 4th place position, but it's the Golden Girls, Smolders, Husman for the second. And a photo finish between the Swiss and Colombian ride. There was some crashes down that 3rd straightaway.
Yeah, we have a Colombian rider down on the 3rd straightaway as we see the Swiss rider just clearing the track area. Pech not pleased with that. She was in qualifying position. She's just clearing out of the finish area. We have the Colombian rider waiting for her teammate who fell. She's clearing the finish area, but that was definitely a great ride by Smolders. The official, Smolders, Houseman, Gonzalez, and Calderon to make it out of that one. They live to fight again. Heat 2, Bondarenko, 2nd place yesterday. Reynolds, Stansel, Admankino, Bernard, and Fleming. I am going to look for Stansel, Bondarenko, and Reynolds to be taking it to the sky. But as we know, anything can happen. Reynolds has not had the best starts this weekend. Uncharacteristic of her. Bondarenko is in 1, Reynolds in 2. Stansel has some space. She has lane 3, so waiting for the call. They're out. Stansel seems to be out. Bondarenko seems to be out just a bit better. Stansel's going to fight for it, though, and we'll see if they take it upstairs, and they do. All 3 of them, Stansel, Bondarenko, and Reynolds, take it upstairs. 1, 2, 3. They come out of the first turn, 1, 2, 3, as Stansel is putting her mark on this 2nd straight right now. Reynolds having a little bit of, catching a little bit of air in that 2nd straight, but that's okay.
Stansel was not happy about yesterday, and she's putting it all down today as she's getting passed by Bondarenko. She wants that 1st position. She's been fighting all weekend. That 3rd straightaway, that's been a good straightaway for her, but it's going to be Bondarenko, the Australian ride of Reynolds, Stansel, and Bernard, the French rider, to pick up the 4th.
So the official is Bondarenko, Reynolds, Stancil, Bernard. Stancil seemed to have dropped back in that third and last straightaway. Not sure if there was too much studying in school, but either way, she's finding her way through. This heat, we have Suvorova, Shriver, Dudu, Joto, Bequero, and Buldinska. So my guess would be that Shriver, if she gets out, she will probably take it to the sky into the first turn. Out of the gate they go. Looks like Shriver has a decent start. Looks like she got great backside over the first and second jump, so my guess is yes. So the top three take it to the sky. The ladies are stepping up. Shriver, Suvorova, and Dudu definitely looking good in this second straight as they all spread out going into over the step jump and into the second turn. Sam, bring us in.
Shriver looking solid down that second straightaway. No mistake yet. Jumping through that third straightaway, heading into the last turn. She has the Russian ride of Suvorova in the second, going down to the finish line. The goal, it's going to be Shriver for the win, Suvorova for the second, followed by the French and Latvian rides.
So it's nice to see that the women are getting more and more intense and aggressive as we move on. The official Shriver, Suvorova, Dudu, and Buldinska from Latvia making it through. Next up, Heat 4, Mer, Escobar, Hernandez, Carrillo, Priest, and Michelson. Featured rider is Nadia Priest. She made the main yesterday. I'm certain she wants to make the main again tomorrow. She wants to take that thrill bicycle today. She wants to take that thrill bicycle to the podium here at the UCI BMX Supercross World Cup in Papendal. So Mare, let's see if she can make use of lane one. She mostly does. However, she gets shut down a bit, and we have Hernandez taking it to the sky with a little double pump, but she gets out, gets over that jump quite well. So it's Hernandez and Mare. Mare now overtaking Hernandez into the second corner. It will be Mare and Hernandez 1 and 2 with Carrillo in third.
Mare coming out strong of that second straightaway with Hernandez in the second position, and there was a crash down the third straightaway. Looks like the Canadian and the German ride of Priest will be fighting for that third and fourth spot. That's the way it's going to end up. Mare, Hernandez, Priest, and the Canadian ride of Mikkelsen.
Mare, Hernandez, Priest gets in there, gets a bit of a gift, but preparation meets opportunity. There's your luck. Mare, Hernandez, Priest, and Michelson for the official. Checking on the down rider in the third straight. Next up, Bow, Moreau, Smulders, Ridge Davis, Devoe, and Vainstra. As you can see, our men and women in black in the third straight checking on the down rider. We have a Colombian rider clearing out of the track area just now. There she goes, she's walking. Medics are just double checking, making sure she can make it out on her own. A little bit shaken up, but looks like she may live to fight another day. As we head up to the hill, we have 6 women on the gate, only 4 to make it to the next round. Crowd cheering for the down rider making her way off the track. The Tioga banner blowing ever so slightly. Smulders adjusting, I'm sure focusing in on what she wants to do. Ridge Davis next to her, known for a good start, but she's going to want to take it to the sky at least on the first and second jump if she wants to keep moving forward. Waiting for the call. Smulders out of the gate clean and down the hill. Ridge Davis does not hit the first jump, Bow and Smulders. Bow taking it to the sky. She's going to be rewarded for that as she pulls away from Smulders and Veenstra. So it's going to be Bow, Smulders, and Veenstra, 1, 2, and 3. Bow just riding a commanding lap as she goes into the second corner, followed by the younger Smulders.
Bow looking solid yesterday and continuing that today, followed by the smaller of the Smulders, but not less. She's been looking good too. She wants to make it to that final, but it looks like it's going to be Bow and Smulders taking it 1 and 2 through to the finish line with that third place, followed by the Netherlands ride of Veenstra and Sidu for the fourth.
It's very evident. Oh, the official, Bow, Smulders, Veenstra, and Stavo, number 93, bringing it in. Next up, Christensen, Pahon, Hatakeyama, von Niederhausen, Peterson, and Gruen, Our featured rider, the Golden Child, Mariana Pahon, world champion, Olympic champion, riding that golden GW bike with the golden lenses on her goggles. It's very evident that jumping into the first corner in the women's elite is a clear advantage. So Mariana Pahon not picking lane 1, but it doesn't seem to matter as her horsepower just allows her to pull away from the group early on down the first straight. So we have Pahon, Hatakeyama, and Christensen respectively coming out of the first corner. Pahon pulling away, riding very well, and a little bit more aggressive than I'm noticing she did yesterday. So Pahon coming out of the first corner, followed by the Japanese Hatakeyama.
It's a race for second place today. Pahon looking strong down that third straightaway with the Japanese rider of Hatakeyama and Christensen for the fourth. All the way, these three are going to finish it up, fighting to the end for that fourth place position. It's going to be a photo finish between Latvia and Swiss, but I think it's Pettersson for that fourth place finish.
Great race by Mariana Pahon. Seems like she's got her game face on. So the official, Pahon, Christensen, Hatakeyama, and Peterson. Good race by Christensen as well. I mean, she doesn't always get the props she deserves because she is consistent. So the next time we see the women will be the quarterfinals as they pair down to the main event. Competition is going to increase, and right now we have the crew taking care of the track. The music's being turned. Okay, so as you may have guessed it, we have Pete D in the pits. He's going to give us some more interviews, some more insight, and more scoop. Pete D, take it away.
4 years.
All right, so you got to see the next round of single elimination, and we're going to get up to more racing action a little bit. But let's talk about yesterday's winner in Elite Men. That'll be Sylvain Andre, the first Frenchman to win a World Cup. Sylvain, how was the racing for you yesterday?
It was incredible for me, as you say, winning, like being the first Frenchie, but like more winning, like just for me, it was crazy. It was the first time, and I was so stoked, obviously. So
to see you, one of the biggest personalities on the track, to come by and always have it, just been so close. Yesterday, putting it all together. What was it like to feel once you came across the line and realized that you took the victory here at the World Cup?
It feels great because, like, you know, you can do it. Like even like 7 years ago for almost my first World Cup, I almost did it. You know you can do it, but like actually doing it is something else. And once you've done it, you're like, okay, I've done it once. And maybe if I still put the work in and everything, I can do it twice. So yeah, it feels great.
So you spent a lot of time earlier in the season in the United States of America. You did some training, raced some USA BMX Nationals, then you came back here and had some success. What would you attribute yesterday's win to, other than, you know, just the culmination of all your training?
To be honest, it was like I had a great time in the US, February, March, and I had some issue with my body and everything, and I wasn't feeling like 100%. I was feeling 98% anyway, but not like in the best shape of my life coming into this weekend. But sometimes it works, so you got to forget and focus with what you have and go for it.
And that's exactly what you did yesterday in that main event. You were stalking, you were coming from behind, and you passed just at the line. So take us through what that full lap was like for you and how you were able to grab that victory away.
It was tight. From like gate to finish, I had fights with Tuan from the first jump to the second one. I had elbow with Tori out of the first turn, and then I was in second, not having any contact with anyone, and I knew Dave was out front and I was trying to close the gap from second straight, third straight, and coming into the last straight we were both exhausted from the long day, and I tried to keep it clean. He made the little mistake, and yeah, winning by 0.0.3. It's what BMX is all about. It's just like this, but at the end it makes a difference.
And what else BMX is all about was yesterday. You remember the win. Everybody else already forgot. We're on to day 2. So how's your day going so far?
It's actually like something tricky. We're not used to it. To like be focused one more day, to try to forget what happened yesterday, just keep the positive notes and go for an extra day. Usually the day after a World Cup, the stress comes out and you're like exhausted and everything. And then we actually have to race in the same 7 laps than yesterday and be consistent lap after lap. So it's difficult, but it's the same for everyone. And yeah, it's good to race twice a week, and I guess too.
And so then next week when we move over to the Zolder, what are your plans in between these 2 races?
I'm moving to Zolder tonight, tomorrow, but just stay here, not riding the track because there's only a session tomorrow, and I'm not gonna do 2-hour session tomorrow. So yeah, I go to Zolder, try to rest a little bit, go at the gym, eat some sprint, and that be it. You don't change much in 5 or 6 days.
So same old, same old. You're not going to get any time to rest, but we'll give you that little bit of minute here to feel excited about yesterday's win. Like we said, now we're moving on. We're in the single elimination racing. What's it going to take for you to get back in that main and have another shot at winning today?
Same as yesterday. Having good gates, good pull, first straight, and then carry a good speed the entire track and keep that lane 1 and win lap after lap and see, I'll do my best, and if I can go to the main again, I'll be happy with that, and if I can do better, I'll be more than stoked.
All right, well, I know you will be excited, and all the fans around the world, especially in France, will be excited to see you back in the main and do it again today.
Yeah, that'd be cool. I'm not planning winning or whatever doing, but I'll do my best, and I'm feeling good. I'm not that tired, actually, so yeah, let's see what happens later today.
All right, well, good luck from all of us.
Merci, Pete.
So there you have it from yesterday's winner of Elite Men, Sylvain Andre. And that's going to wrap it up today with Pete D in the pits. We're going to get back to that racing action. Maybe we'll have some more surprises in the next few breaks. But now it's just going to go on as those riders are looking to make their way into today's main event. Who's going to be able to make it? And then who's going to be on the top of the podium when we get the days done? Stick right here on BMX Live TV to see all the action live through the rest of the day. Back at you guys, Jason and Sam.
Thanks, Pete, for that insight and scoop. Waiting to get back at you, too, later after the races where we reconvene and do the post-race talk shop. That's always fun. So, Sam.
Jason.
Here we are. Racing resumes at 4:25. What shall we talk about, BMX related?
What's on your mind?
What
have you seen today that you really, what you don't like?
What do I don't like? Well, what I do like is the last round. I liked seeing all the women step up sooner in the rounds, jumping the triple step into the first turn. What I don't like is any rider going down and, possibly, getting hurt. But we know that that's part of the deal. But we haven't had any injuries, so I like that too today. Just really good racing. Yeah. What I don't like is waiting for the next race because it's such good racing out there.
Yeah, it has been really good racing, especially, well, in both the men and women. But you can really see the men, they have to fight. They can't just go easily through the rounds and qualify. They need to be on point through this whole track. So that's always fun to see. And I mean, the girls too, they need to step it up. They need to jump that triple into the first turn if they want to even think about making the podium.
I agree. I think the people in the women's category who get on the podium will most likely be the ones who take it to the sky on that triple step into the first corner. Take it to the sky in Gelderland.
Take it to the sky.
Let me ask you this, Sam. As a competitor, I know you don't racing anymore, but as a competitor, what did you fear most? Did you fear not doing well, or did you fear, especially during the dawn of Supercross when it was all very new, what was your biggest fear?
I think fear is such a strange feeling because you can have fear of many different elements. So I think the fear at the beginning was when I first did Supercross. I remember I went to Switzerland in '07. It was 2 weeks before Fréjus, the race. I had never ridden down a Supercross hill, and I had no fear.
Nice.
I went up to the gate
Congratulations.
and I just went. I remember Yvonne Lapraz was standing up there and Joey Bradford, and they just looked at me. You just need to go because the longer you stay up here, you're going to think too much. And I was like, okay. Clipped in, went, and it was done. I think the biggest fear was not being able to switch from BMX to Supercross because I had done some, I was AVA world champion twice, prior to hitting the Supercross. And I think that was the biggest thing is, can I switch from being a good BMX racer to being a okay Supercross rider?
So transitioning from a traditional BMX track to a Supercross BMX track was the fear of not handling that transition well.
Yeah, because you never know. I think at that time it was so fast, and you saw that some of the older riders who had been in BMX a long time, they had done Supercross a couple times, and they had kind of like, okay, well, no, I think I'm just gonna stick with BMX. Whereas I was in a weird place because there was the opportunity to go to the Olympics, and that was at that point, that was the goal, but you don't know because you've never done it before.
Yes.
So that was my biggest fear, and as it continued, racing, Supercross, going to the Olympics, World Championships, I remember my last race in South Africa, and I just started to be afraid on the gate.
Wow.
And then I sat down, I had a long flight home, and I just thought to myself, was very honest, and just, do I enjoy this? Is the fear overcoming me too much where I'm not stopping to finish or I'm not good enough to continue racing? So that was, went home, talked to my husband, said, I just don't want to do it anymore.
And that was all she wrote, huh?
That was all she wrote.
Wow. So what were you scared of? Was it getting hurt or was it not doing well?
It was getting hurt, I think, at that point. I don't know why. I think that thought of, am I enjoying it still, was not overpowering the fear. Because if you love to do something and you do it every day, there is no fear. You just want to ride and ride and ride. And the moment that you stop loving something and then that fear then kind of creeps its way into the mindset, I was at that point, so.
Well, I like how you said there was no fear. You had some good coaches on top of that hill with Yvonne Lapraz and Joey Bradford. And they're right. The longer you were up there thinking about it, even if it's just a big jump that you want to hit, the more you're sitting there staring at it, the bigger that jump becomes. But so a lot of times it's just a matter of taking those deep breaths and sending it, trusting your abilities and instincts. Constantly working on the track. The instincts here in Papendal of the caretakers of the facility is to stay on top of the work and take care of this place so that we have a great racing facility. Racing resumes at 4:25. Gives us a little bit of time to talk life and BMX. And there's a lot of it going on here in Papendal. UCI BMX Supercross World Cup. Stage 2. Big weekend of racing. I'm excited to be here, joined by Sam Cools. Pete D in the pits, walking around, getting all the scoop, and listening to the DJ play the beats. Good music.
Music.
It's kind of party music.
Yeah. What do you kind of miss about being an athlete? Kind of miss about being an athlete?
Kind of miss.
Yeah. Or, you know,
Well,
being a racer.
So yeah, I would say being a racer. So I don't feel like I'm not an athlete. So I still am an athlete. I identify as an athlete and even a racer, even though I don't race anymore per se. I race Vet Pro every now and then, so that's enough. But I think what I miss most is that walk up behind the hill.
Yeah, that's what you were saying yesterday.
Yeah, that was that, and you know, just those certain feelings, you know, coming out of the first turn at a big event in first. Those are feelings I probably won't have again, which is okay. But you know, I'm fortunate. I get to travel BMX Live TV and keep my fingers on the pulse of the sport and work with some of the best athletes in the world. And yeah, but personally, from a racing perspective, I think it's just having the opportunity to physically go out there and, you know, put it all on the line in a physical way and succeed doing it. So now I put my mind out there in a mental way, but it's definitely a different feeling.
So then let me turn it around for you. And what don't you miss about your racing days?
What don't I miss? I don't miss obsessing about my gate starts and my training and how I'm going to hit a jump and where I'm going to hit a jump and the next event. I don't miss that. You know, because I think when you devote your life to something, when you're especially in a sport such as this, you live it, you breathe it, you eat it, you go to the bathroom with it. It's all of that. So you definitely can, I don't want to say overthink. I think it just happens naturally to where you're constantly thinking about the next step, the next level, finding the edge, what, how, when, all the time in your sport. So I don't miss obsessing about the sport. I really get to enjoy it now as a spectator. It got tiresome.
Yeah.
You know, is my training right? Can it be better? You know,
how can it be better?
It's a rest day, but maybe if I, you know, so a lot of that stuff. So a lot of times, you know, even when working with these athletes and business professionals, it's a lot of the training is learning to stick to the plan. And you know, like sometimes you get behind the mic and you're too far from it, and you don't know that you need to get closer until someone tells you. It's kind of the same thing with the training. Sometimes you're doing too much and you don't know it until someone tells you. Something like that. What do you miss?
What do I miss? Yeah, I think we touched on that yesterday.
We'll touch on it again because it could be a different crowd. More people could have tuned in on Sunday.
Yeah, but yeah, okay. What do I miss? Gosh. I guess we touched a little bit on that yesterday about the feelings that you get when you race.
Mm-hmm.
Also, I think too, what I think I didn't mention yesterday is the training aspect of it. I miss improving every single day, or feeling like I'm improving every day, like I'm moving forward all the time.
Moving towards something, right?
Yeah. So I think after I finished racing, that was the one thing that I really missed, was that moving forward and having set goals for myself and reaching them.
So what do you not miss?
What don't I miss?
Yeah. What's the thing you don't miss? There was something about this sport that got to you in a way that you would have probably wished it didn't?
This sounds a bit weird, but you know, I think all of us who have competed at a certain level in sport know that you have to be a little bit selfish.
You miss being selfish?
I miss, or I like the fact that I don't need to be selfish anymore.
Oh, that's nice. Yeah, I can see that.
So I'm not just thinking about Sam. I'm thinking about other things, and I really appreciate that.
Wow. Yes, being a professional athlete does breed a bit of narcissistic tendencies.
Yeah.
You're always aware of your stuff, which, like I said, I don't miss that. I don't miss obsessing about it. So there you go.
So do you have any predictions for today?
I'll say so. I actually predict Anthony, Dean, and Corbin will get further today, and one of them will get in the main, if not both. That's my prediction for the men. For the women, I predict Felicia Stansel getting in the main and getting a top 4. And I predict Schriever getting in the main as well today. There you go. I'm drawing a line in the sand.
Yes, Bethany Schriever. She is 17 years old.
Scary, right?
What were you doing at 17 years old?
Well, what I was doing at 17 years old, I was a senior in high school. I was racing A Pro, and I graduated high school at 17, racing A Pro, and I was getting ready to go to college.
Yeah?
Yeah, that's what I was doing.
I think it's incredible that the age that the riders start to do Supercross is getting younger and younger every single time. But then now with the Worlds, juniors do race on the Supercross
They
hill.
race on the Supercross hill.
So
and
I mean,
and at 17, I was jumping nothing this big. I think the biggest jump I might have hit might have been about 25 feet. And I think, like, you know, a Supercross jump is easily 30 to 40 feet long.
yeah.
Especially in the first and second straight. Have some great camera footage. I love this footage of the riders. We have former world champion Nick Heeman along with the magician tightening up his shoes. They are getting ready to go up on the hill. We are getting ready to just under 5 minutes bring the men up. Last minute track preparations, talking on the phone, sweeping the track, and see the riders are taking their time just a bit to relax, having a conversation with each other before they head up the hill. That conversation will definitely change as it moves towards the quarters and semi and main. Our smiley face competitor number 500, Resende, putting down 2 laps in a row, 2 first places in a row. Before this lap he's about to head up to, he's got his coach holding his goggles and helmet. You can see the riders are well taken care of. And nothing but the best for the riders here in Papendal, east of Arnhem, in the province of Gelderland. Sakakibara just rolling up, helmet on, ready to go, last minute adjustments.
He's been riding really strong this weekend.
He's amazingly consistent, and it's quite impressive when, you know, because he has the ability to win for sure. But he hasn't been winning every lap. So, you know, those seconds and thirds, consistent, impressive, and at the same time, when you're sitting in a second or even third place, you know, a lot more can happen that's catastrophic or detrimental to your finish. And so he's been able to hold his ground and, you know, keep his space, own his space is what I like to say, and keep moving forward. So that's very impressive from the Australian national champ. Overlooking this track, looks like the wind has picked up just a bit. If you look at the flags by that concrete second turn, shifted direction a bit. I think it is in favor of the first straight, so there's a bit of a tailwind on the first straight, which is probably helping some of the ladies make the decision to leap across that big triple step into the first corner. Watching Nick Kieman head up the hill, followed by the Magician. Not sure if that's Tahiko or Kronk, but definitely a fast Australian nonetheless. So this is also something that is interesting as they head up the hill. They have essentially a stair climb before they get there. So it's definitely a little bit of an effort to get up there. So I'm certain after yesterday and today's racing, your legs might be feeling it a little bit more heading up those stairs. Rainbow stripes on Nick Kieman's collar, signifying that he is in the record books as a world champion, winning the world championships in Zolder, I believe, 2 years ago. Also winning this race from lane 8 2 years ago. Next up, we have the men's elite 8th finals. Single elimination round, 4th or better. Heat 1. Kieman, Ramirez, Sakakibara, Hughes, Resende, Isidore, Marquardt, and Galiamov. If you heard me giggle, it's only because this is a hard race right here. Featured athlete, the Magician, Carlos Alberto Ramirez Ypes, which he won his 16th final, and in round 1 he got second, so he is putting down some good laps today as they are on the hill waiting for the call. Out of the gate, Kieman off to a great start. Ramirez spit out the back, but he's making up quick ground as he passes Marquardt for the 3rd position in the first turn. Right now it's Kieman, Sakakibara, and Marquardt 1, 2, and 3. So Dutch, Australia, Colombia, Switzerland, but Switzerland's in trouble with the Australian trying to make a move on the Swiss rider.
Kieman putting down a fast lap with Sakakibara in the 2nd place. Heading into the 3rd turn, last turn, it looks like it's going to be the Dutchman of Kieman, Sakakibara, and Ramirez for the 3rd, with the Swiss rider squeezing into their 4th place position to pick up that last qualifying spot.
Hard fought 4th place by Marquardt getting in there. Isidore disappointing, especially after how well he was riding yesterday and today. Seemed to lost a bit of momentum, but the official is Kieman, Sakakibara, Ramirez, and Marquardt. Unfortunately, Resende, Isidore, and the lot have to go home. This is going to be a good one with Daudet, Van Gent, Palmer, Campo, Nagasako, Pollard, Rencarel, and Tremanis. Lot of heat in this lap, including this guy, Joris Daudet. He won round 1. He won the last round as well. He wants to take those winning ways into the final.
This is going to be a fast one.
French flag on his shoe. Very stylish. So the current world champion is out, but Twan Van Gent seems to have a bit of an edge. Daudet noses into the 1st position in the 1st corner, so it's Daudet, Van Gent, and Tremanis 1, 2, and 3, but the Canadian seems to have popped in the 3rd spot. So we have Daudet, Van Gent, 1 and 2.
Daudet and Van Gent fighting it out with the Canadian Palmer in that 3rd place position. And now in the 2nd place position, it looks like the Frenchman of Daudet, Palmer in the 2nd, Rencarel for that 3rd place. And let's see if the Dutch can finally get in there, and he does squeeze it in. Van Gent just niches out that 4th place position.
Yes, something happened to Van Gent down the 3rd straight. I'm not sure if he cased something or overjumped it, so he had to fight for that. Tremanis and Nagasako were giving it to him, but he gets through. Van Gent, Rencarel, Palmer, and Daudet 4th through 1st. That's the official. Next up, we have Evans, Freiswick, Bensick, Molina, Sharek, Lopez, Yoshimura, and Kadyshev. Definitely going to be a test for Sharek, the young GB rider. See if he's up for the challenge. He's been showing well, but there's definitely a lot of fast engines in this moto. Evans seems to be off to a great start, pumping that down, that back, pumping that transition on that first jump into the first corner. It's going to be Evans, Molina, and Bensink. Evans, Molina, and Bensink. Looks like Sharek's caught up in traffic, but right now Evans is being consistent and lean and mean with Molina right behind him.
Evans and Molina 1st and 2 with Bensink in that 3rd place. A lot's going to happen in this 3rd straightaway. It looks like that Evans is in the 1st, Molina in the 2nd with the Russian rider squeezing in the 3rd. It's going to be a fight for that 4th place position. Evans, Molina, Kadyshev, and Bensink for the 4th.
Yes, experience seems to win out. Unfortunately, Sharek not getting through as he finishes 8th in that round. But Evans, who got 2nd in Manchester last year, just riding very well. Evans, Molina, Kadyshev, and Bensink will advance to the next round. Next up, we have Vandenberg, De Sousa, Sebesta, Schirra, Mahue, Van de Grunendal, Topinka, and my man Mello in lane 8. Featured rider Corbin Schirra, he won the 1st round. He won the 16th final. He is looking to win again and win again all the way through the main events. Let's see what he's got. So Schirra will be coming out of lane 4. He's next to Sebesta with Vandenberg in 1. Out of the gate, Vandenberg with a strong 1st and 2nd pedal. Looks like Schirra getting squeezed by the Frenchman and Vandenberg. Sebesta looking to tuck in there for 4th as there is traffic behind him. Right now it's Vandenberg, the Frenchman, and Schirra and Sebesta 3rd and 4th. Sebesta's going to push further. Schirra shuts him down. That's unfortunate. Vandenberg in front.
Sebesta wanting just a little bit more, crashing into that 2nd turn, but it looks like it's going to be the Dutch ride of Vandenberg. Mahue for the 2nd, Schirra for the 3rd, and another Dutch rider picking up that 4th place position. 2 Dutch in there. Van den Grunendal is going to be that 4th place ride.
Yeah, unfortunate for Sebesta that it had to be Corbin Schirra to shut him down, but it can't leave up any space because once one person goes by, it happens. The official Vandenberg, Mahue, Schirra, and Van de Grunendal. The rest will have to make their way off of the track. Next up, Fields, Villegas, Kiemen, the younger brothers, Schottman, Tornbize, Krieger, Chappelle, and Vidi. I think Kriegers and Vidi will be ones to watch, along with this guy, Connor Fields, who won the 1st round, won his 16th final. Got in the main yesterday, was looking for a win there and didn't find it, so he's still on the hunt today. Connor Fields looked like he chose lane 1, but those electric blue shoes. Final adjustments. Connor staying seated, 1 foot off the pedal, keeping it relaxed. Looks like they're up. Villegas, powerhouse next to Connor Fields. So there's a lot of heat in lanes 1 and 2.
Lots of action in these 1/8 finals, and it's just beginning.
Yes. Waiting for the call. Oh, Villegas blows his start, giving Connor Fields extra room to make it happen down the first straight. Connor takes a commanding lead early on, tucks it in nicely in the first turn. Fields, Kriegers, Vidi. So we have USA, Latvia. Not too much of a surprise, except for the fact that the Latvian gets passed, and now it's Connor, Fields, Kriegers, and Schottman for the third.
The Dutch Army are hunting them down, but it looks like it's going to be Fields into that last turn with Kriegers in second, Scoutman in the third, coming through the finish line. It looks like it's going to be Fields, Kriegers, Scoutman, and Villegas, Argentina for the fourth.
Wow, Villegas getting a gift. I saw a Dutch rider diving into that third corner, making a move, and he took himself out. The official is Fields, Kriegers, Schottman, and Villegas. Vidi, Turnbeze, and Chappelle are done. Next up, Heat 6, Ramiro Marino, Naverstad, Dean, Milana, Rosa, Van Kamen, Luki, and Mir. This is a wild card moto. We have a lot of young talent, a lot of experienced talent, and there's a lot of V8 engines in this moto. So there's going to be a lot of heat down the first straight, including lane 1, Marino. He's had quite a long career. I remember racing him in 2007 at the Pan American Games in Brazil, and by all means, he knows how to get out of that gate and get down the first straight. They're off to a good start. Looks like Naverstad shuts down Marino, but Dean straight to the front next to the Frenchman. Looks like going to be Dean and Mir holding Deer on the second straight over the jump into the berm jump. So it's going to be Dean, Mir, and Naverstad 1, 2, and 3 with Cayman and 4.
Dean has control of this race heading into that third straight with Mir fighting hard right behind him, followed by the Norwegian rider of Naverstad. It looks like it's going to be Dean for the first, Mir for the second, Naverstad for the third, and in that fourth it's going to be Van Kimmen, USA, to pick up that fourth position.
That is a good ride for Van Kamen. Christian Besserine, his coach, will be happy about that. Van Kamen's going to move on to the next round. The official, as I said, Van Kamen with the 4, Naverstad with the 3, Mir with the 2, and Dean handling business with the 1. That's the official for that round. Heat number 7, we have Andre, Turkelson, Van Gorkum, Smith, Bernhardt, Lopez, Pelluard, and Seegers. So featured rider will be Jelle Van Gorkum. He won round 1, and in his 16th finals, he managed to get a second. He is in the gate with yesterday's winner, Sylvain Andre. So Van Gorkum will be coming out of 3, Andre in 1, Turkelson in 2. Nice start by Andre. Van Gorkum seems to have the edge on him right now, but Andre just has the pull and leg speed and the inside line. That all leads to a first turn hole shot. Andre, Van Gorkum, Pelluard. Pelluard was in 3rd. He's going back to 5th now, so Turkelson in 3rd, but now Turkelson seems to be falling straight into 3rd. Keeps it Andre so far with the win down the 3rd straight.
Andre and Van Gorkum 1 and 2 into the last corner. It's going to be Andre Van Gorkum Smith for the U.S. picking up that 3rd place, and it's going to be a fight to the 4th place. Who's it going to be? It's going to be Andre Van Gorkum Smith and a photo finish.
Yeah, that's an awesome ride from the USA rider Smith. Very quiet, just really smooth down that second straight. I think that's where he makes a lot of his moves. But Andre and Van Gorkum, consummate professionals, very experienced, 1 and 2, rode a clean lap. Everybody else was left to fight for 3 and 4. The official, Andre Van Gorkum Smith, the USA rider, and Bernhardt, the German, gets in there, just beats out Turkelson, who went from 3rd to 5th. Next up, we have Bodie Turner, Garcia, Ospina, Godet, Kronk, Derome, Harmsen, and Nyhog. Nyhog coming out of lane 8. That is not too normal for him this early on. I'm sure he has a method to his madness. Bodie Turner in lane 1, Garcia in 2. So we wait for the call. Bodie Turner said that he loves racing here. That's what he said at breakfast, and sure enough, it is showing. Look at Tori Nyhog from lane 8. Now he's in second. There is a wreck down in the first corner. Looks like Garcia is out. Turner, Nyhog, 1 and 2 as they head into the second corner. Turner and Nyhog. Sam, bring us in.
Turner and Nyhog staying clear with Harmsen in the 3rd position and Godet in the 4th, picking it up for France. Into the last turn, it's going to be Bodie Turner, Tori Nyhog, the 2 to watch up until the finals, I believe, today. Harmsen for the 3rd, and Godet taking up that 4th position.
What a great lap by Turner and Nyhog. And Nyhog coming from lane 8, making up ground, going into that first corner in second place. So the official, Turner, Nyhog, Harmsen, and Godet, they will move on. Hopefully the down riders are all up and okay. It looks like that's the case. Next time we see the men, it will be for the quarterfinals as we are pairing down, most certainly, to the final 8. Elite women, quarterfinals are up. And these are the moments we've been waiting for. Quarterfinals, single elimination, 4th or better. They move forward. As the women get ready to make it happen. The start list for Heat 1. Golden Girl, Mariana Pahon, Huisman, Priest, Smulders, Hatakeyama, and Bernard. Our featured rider, what do you know? World champion, Olympic gold medalist, Mariana Pahon. She got a first in round 1 and in the last round. So I think she's looking to answer to the Smulders challenge during this lap. World Championship stripes. Mariana Pahon out of the gate nicely. It looks like Pahon and Smulders 1 and 2. This is the younger of the Smulders clan. Mariana Pahon pulling away from Smulders. Pahon, Smulders, Hatakeyama 1, 2, and 3. Pahon looking very calm, cool, and composed as she goes down this second straight into the second corner with Smulders in 2.
Pahon flawless all day, followed by Smulders in that second position. The Japanese ride in picking up the 3rd, and then we also have a fight between the French and the Dutch rider. Who's going to get that 4th spot? Who's going to fight to the end? Who wants it more? It's going to be Pahon, Smulders, Hatakeyama, and Bernard from France to pick up that final spot.
Yes, Bernard happy about making the cut. She will move on to the semi. So the official is Pahon, Smulders, Hatakeyama, and Bernard. Houseman, unfortunately, is forced to watch the rest of the day. Heat number 2, we have Laura Smulders, Judy Bao, Mayer, Stavo, Calderon, and Peterson. Laura Smulders, she hasn't lost a lap yet. Hoping to take it all the way into the main. Let's see if she can create a perfect weekend of racing. Out clean, Smulders with the good gate start and good first straight so far. Legs moving fast. I think she's going to take it upstairs, and she does, being rewarded. Stavo coming from the outside. I don't know what she did, but she found her way into second, jumping and pumping down that second straight. But right now it's Smulders with a commanding lead, and Stavo in 2.
Smulders, Stavo, and the French ride of Mayer coming into that 3rd section. It looks like Bao is taking in the 4th, but it's all about Smulders going into the finish line, nice and strong. The Dutch queen coming through with the French ride of Mayer, Stavo, and Bao taking up the 4th.
Yes, great ride by Stavo. You see her crossing the line to make her way out of the track area. She's very thankful she got through. So Smulders, Mayer, Stavo, and Bao. I think Stavo is finding her mojo down that first straight. Heat number 3, Christensen, Reynolds, Suvorova, Dudu, Michelson, and Boldinska from Latvia. Riders spacing themselves on the gate just a bit. Lauren Reynolds, I would imagine her goal would be to get to that triple step and jump it so she can reap the rewards. Life behind bars, lane number 1, coming out quite well. We have the Russian taking the initial hole shot, but there we have Reynolds jumping in third, taking over second over Suvorova. So we have Christensen, Reynolds, Suvorova. Reynolds said, I'm going to be just a bit more aggressive today. Right now we have Christensen and Reynolds, followed by Suvorova.
It's a different rider from watching Reynolds yesterday to today. She's on point today, but it is the Danish ride of Christensen taking the lead into the last turn, followed by Reynolds and followed by the Russian rider in that third spot, Suvorova and Michelson from Canada for the 4.
Great ride by Michelson from Canada. Suvorova probably a little bit surprised by Reynolds, but she made it nonetheless. The official is Christensen, Reynolds, Suvorova, and Michelson to round out the top 4 moving on. And the heat number 4, we have Bondarenko. Yesterday's second place finisher, Gonzalez, Hernandez, Shriver, Stansel, and Veenstra. So I'm going to say that Bondarenko, Stansel, and Shriver are the favorites, but as we know, anything can happen.
Anything can happen.
Off to a good start. Not sure if Shriver got the best start she wanted, but she's pushing forward anyway. The top 3, Stansel takes it upstairs. Looks like Bondarenko and Shriver were a little bit nervous to jump it next to each other, but they are still 2 and 3 respectively nonetheless. Felicia Stansel running away with it. She's riding a little bit more aggressively today, that's for sure. So Stansel, Bondarenko, and Shriver. Sam, take it away.
Stansel in the first, Bondarenko in the second. This is a replay from 2 motos past. Bondarenko taking the first into the last turn, Stansel right behind, and Shriver in for that 3rd place position, followed by the 4th place ride of Veenstra from the Netherlands.
Veenstra making it through. I know she is happy about that. The official is Bondarenko, Stansel, Shriver, and Veenstra. Unfortunately, Gonzalez is done for the day. There you have it. The next time we see the women, it will be the semifinals, the nail-biting round. So, what an amazing run of races. Looks like the women have stepped it up yet again. Stepped up the intensity. Racing resumes at 5 o'clock. Racing resumes at 5 o'clock. Gives us 15 minutes before we get to watch the men's and women battle it out to be the king and queen of Papendal.
Papendal. Yeah, the wind looks like it's picked up a little bit.
Yep, the wind's picked up, and like I said, I think it is mostly a tailwind down the first straight. So that's good, except for when you get on the second straight. So you'll notice that some of the women are jumping into the first turn with the tailwind, but then they hit the second straight, and it's not all of them are jumping all the jumps down the second straight, and that's because there's a headwind. So give and take.
But you can see the top riders, the top women, they're jumping in that triple, and they're having a clean, smooth second straight as well.
Yes.
So
yes, the top riders are making it happen anyway. Lessons learned as we see the overview of the track from a different angle. You'll notice the white concrete turns. There's a stage there. That's generally where a lot of the team coaches sit during practice and stand during practice. crowd making their way around. A little bit cooler today for the crowd, but the racing is still hot for everyone. We were talking earlier, the weather is actually much better because it's not too hot for the riders, and it's actually a very comfortable temperature for all the riders to race. So
Yeah, you can't see it now, but the stands are starting to get full. I think the spectators are ready to watch the quarterfinals and the semifinals that are soon to come.
there we go. We have the announcer stoking out the crowd. I think some people are going to be getting some free goodies.
Where's
I
our
don't know.
free goodies?
Those are free goodies?
Where are our free goodies?
We were delivered some cheese sausages with French fries. Those were good.
Good.
Those were great. So I don't know what they're saying to the crowd right now, but I'm sure they're asking them to make some noise and explaining the game that is about to happen. Say, are we ready to make some noise? That's how you stoke out the crowd. And those watching on the web or on TV, you feel free to make some noise too. We don't hear you, but we can definitely feel you out there. We appreciate you watching the BMX world, the fans. We do appreciate it. And I know if I was not here, I would be glued to my screen as well, wanting to know what's happening at the UCI BMX Supercross World Cup in Papendal, east of Arnhem in the province of Gelderland.
What was your first World Championship race?
My first World Championship race that I ever raced was in 1994, Waterford Oaks, Michigan.
Okay.
And I won.
Did you?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
I won Cruiser, which is fun because Bas de Beaver was in that main, Christophe Levesque was in that main, Jamie Staff was in that main, Dale Holmes was in that main. I think Boots, so that's fun. And it's cool because although Jamie Staff's coaching the U.S. team and Bas de Beaver the Dutch team, and Dale Holmes has his trade team, and Boots is working for Team Australia, so, and they all have their own various titles. So, and then we raced Cruiser the same day as 20-inch, and I made my 20-inch main as well. And so, in my Cruiser main, I came out of the first turn, and the first thing I said was, "Oh my gosh, I'm winning the Worlds." But I was like in the moment, so it wasn't like distracted. And then in the 20-inch main, I just won the Worlds. So, and then I have to like go back up for 20-inch is not a normal thing. So, I'm like trying not to celebrate, even though I was celebrating. And so, I come out of the first turn in my 20-inch main going, "Damn it, I'm not winning the Worlds." So, a little late on the gate, but that was my first Worlds. And then I've been lucky enough to go to several and find myself in, I think, 9 main events between Cruiser and 20-inch in the Worlds. And got a few seconds and thirds Cruiser. And yeah.
It's awesome.
Yeah, I love I always loved the Worlds. That was always my favorite race.
Yeah, I agree.
How about yourself? The real Worlds, UCI Worlds.
Yeah, but I didn't even know what Abe.
I know. But now that you know.
It was in '93 in Holland.
In Holland?
Yeah, and it was, oh my goodness. For you at home who were at those Worlds, to be a 7-year-old having to run your bike because it was so muddy, it was raining the whole time. I couldn't make it up the hill. So,
yeah. That was so that track, I didn't go there. I saw film, but I feel like that track had a long, well, a lot of Dutch tracks have long first straightaways.
Yeah.
Then you went around, it was a right sweeper all the way around the last turn.
It was kind of like the turn.
I mean, it was the left,
I
sorry.
mean, like what I can remember, and somebody can correct me if I'm wrong. It wasn't a full turn. It was like a
90, then a
90-degree turn, and it was like it wasn't a normal standard track that we see these days. I want to say that Robert de Vilde won, but I think it was like 17, and I don't know.
No, he's younger than me. He probably won like 15 boys or something, because I think Dylan Clayton won.
Okay.
We're the same age. I think Dylan Clayton won 17. I think Gary Ellis won pro.
Yes, because back then there was different age groups.
There was no junior.
No.
Yes. Yeah. And so the interesting thing about the Worlds in 1994 was that was the first World Championships that the UCI. That was the first World Championships that the UCI recognized. It was because it used to be IBMXSF
Yeah.
and FIAC. There was two. So that was the first Worlds that UCI recognized as, you know, in BMX. And I have a rainbow jersey, and it's really cool because they did not have a BMX specific rainbow jersey at the time. And so my rainbow jersey actually has pads on the shoulders and the elbows because it was a mountain bike jersey. And my medal does not have BMX on it. It actually has a road cyclist on my medal.
That would be a really good Instagram flashback Friday or throwback Thursday with you wearing that jersey with the medal. And
well, there is a YouTube of that lap. Danny Nelson won 20-inch. And the other fun thing about that Worlds for both myself and Danny, that was we were, I think, the youngest guys in the pro class at that time. That was
impressive.
I think I might have been 18. I think I was 19, but I think I would have raced junior the year before if there were a junior. Pretty trippy.
Yeah.
Different time.
Definitely.
So thanks for asking that question. That was a good one. Brought back some good memories.
I think we talked about it a couple days ago with Michigan. I was younger. I think I was 8 years old, and all I remember was this fountain in the middle of the track. It was so beautiful.
It was.
Yeah.
It was very pretty there because it was in a park setting, much like Gelderland. But you had the woods kind of surrounding it, and the only dirt was the track, and then everything else was grass or paved walkway. So it was a very, very pretty setting. And yes, they had a big, and it wasn't just a small fountain. It was actually it was a pond, a man-made pond with a fountain. And the podium was actually just behind that / in front of it. So pretty interesting days, to say the least. And I believe the track is still there in Waterford Oaks, Michigan.
I think so too.
It's a classic.
Yeah.
It's a classic. And this year, the World Championships will be in Rock Hill, South Carolina, back to the United States. Next year, I believe the World Championships will be in Baku. Kind of a gateway to the Middle East.
Yeah.
So that'll be interesting as well. I'm looking forward to hitting up the next round of international races in the years to come. So I believe Pete D in the pits is not in the pits anymore because it's really serious time right now. The riders are getting ready for their quarters and semis respectively. No more scoop to be had. The only scoop that's left is what happens on the track. And do you have any scoop? Do you have any scoop, Sam?
I have no scoop.
You have no scoop?
Nope. All I have scoop is I see a rainbow jersey standing up at the top of the hill. And I think in a couple of minutes we'll be fit for fight.
Yeah, so Daudet, that must be Daudet queuing up behind the hill. So we have the special vantage point of seeing what other people don't. But next up, the men's elite quarterfinals. And you may notice that some of these gates might be more difficult looking than there will be in the semi, because not everyone makes it through. Only 4 to go from each round, each lap. 4th or better, otherwise it's a long trip home. Here at the UCI BMX Supercross World Cup in Papendal, you guessed it, east of Arnhem in the province of Gelderland.
You can hear that music in the background.
That's the cue. The drama,
is the cue.
The drama is about to begin. And you know, make no mistake, as we talk about that walk up the hill, I was talking with Thomas Allier earlier, and he actually said he got the green light to race the World Championships in Masters. And I told him, I said, good luck. And we were talking about going to the World Championships and racing it and getting there. Because when you go to the World Championships, especially someone like us or you, being there is not enough.
No.
Making the main is not enough.
No.
It's right. So holding that responsibility to what you want, which is a first place, is
it's
a lot.
winning.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just like in Heat 1, we have Daudet, Kimmin, Palman, Marquardt, Naverstad, Kriegers, Molina, and Godet. That is who we have, and our featured rider is Joris Daudet. He has 3 bullets. 3 first places, round 1, the 16th final, the 8th final, and here we are in the quarter. We have the current world champion lined up next to the former world champion. This is going to be good. They are out. Looks like Daudet with a good start. Looks like Molina with an amazing hole shot, but Daudet with the pull. Molina in 3rd. Looks like Marquardt in 2nd. So it's Daudet, Marquardt, and Molina. Unfortunately, Keeman is in 5th. He has his work cut out for him, but right now Daudet is running away with it with the Swiss rider in 2nd.
Showing us all why he's running those stripes. It looks like the Frenchman Daudet in the 1st position, followed closely by the Swiss ride of Marquis, Kimman in the 3rd position, and Godet in the 4th, picking it up. 2 Frenchmen in that qualifier.
Wow, difficult to take for Molina. Such an amazing start, and he just kept going backwards. Keeman worked his magic in that 3rd straight. The official is Daudet, Marquardt, Keeman, and Godet. 2 Frenchmen getting out with the Swiss rider in there as well. Next up, we have Andre Fields, Sakakibara, Vanderberg, Maheu, Shara, Bernhardt, and Kadyshev. This rack has a lot of heat in it, including Connor Fields. Connor Fields has been working very diligently. He has 3 bullets as well. Round 1, the 16th, and the 8th final. Working very hard with his coach and trainer, Sean DeWitt. You can see the size of Connor Fields' thighs. That's a lot of power and wattage that he puts to those pedals, but Andre's not going to let him have it so easily. Off and running. Looks like Connor is out. Shut down Andre just a little bit, but it's going to still leave Andre with a bit of room to jump in there for the 2nd right now. So Fields, Andre, Maheu, Shara seems to be in a little bit of trouble, but he's making up ground as he jumps into 4th into the 2nd turn. Tell us what you see, Sam.
Fields is leading them into that 3rd straightaway. It looks like the French riders are trying to hunt him down into the last turn. It's going to be the one, the only Connor Fields with Maheu and Shara in the 2nd and 3rd, but it's going to be a fight. There was a little bit of a bonk, so it will be Fields, Maheu, Andre, and the German rider.
Disappointing for Shara as he was going in hot. Unfortunately, he was in 4th and just didn't have enough, or felt like he had enough room. The official is Fields, Maheu, Andre, and Barnhart. Unfortunately, Vanderberg, Shara, and Sakakibara will have to watch. Next up, Heat 3, we have Nijhog, Ramirez, Dean, Van Kamen, Bensink, Meer, Van Gronendahl, and Harmsen. and Nyhog chose lane 1 this time. But Ramirez, doesn't matter what lane he is, he likes to work his magic. He's working with a 2, 1, and a 3. He got a 3rd that last round. Remember, he came from behind to do that. So we will see what magic Ramirez has for this lap. You see Dean is already standing up and ready in the yellow and green. Nyhog, the Canadian Prince. Lane 1. They're off. Looks like Dean has his typical low front wheel start. He is pulling. Gonna be tight going in the first corner, but it looks like Nyhog takes advantage of the extra room, and he's gonna run away in first right now. Dean has to get on it because he might find himself in trouble as he jumps into second place in that second corner.
It looks like Nyhog is taking off with Dean Amir hunting him down with the Colombian ride in the 4th, but it's going to be Tori Nyhog with a good move from the Colombian to pass Mir, and it's going to be Nyhog, Ramirez, Mayer, and Dean picking up that 4th slot.
Wow, stressful situation for Dean. Didn't quite find himself in front, so he was in traffic. Seems to have just barely made it. We will wait for the official. Great race by Nyhog. Nyhog just takes up space in that first turn. He's like, look, I'm going to go here, and it's up to you to go around me. And that's what he did. So it was a really good race by those 4 gentlemen, waiting for the official as it was close between Dean and Harmson. I believe Dean got through. Ramirez, did he get through?
Yeah.
Ramirez, of
for
course,
the second.
working that magic.
Yeah.
The second.
But it was a stacked moto.
Yes, that was a stacked moto. So the official, Nyhog, Ramirez, Mir, and Dean just getting through. Next up, we have Turner, Evans, Van Gorkum, Renkerel, Van Gent, Smith, Villegas, and Schottman. With our featured riders, work rider, Van Gorkum working with a 1, 2, and 2. Here we are in the quarterfinal. I'm sure he wants to get at least 4th or better. Van Gent next to the USA rider Smith, just to the outside of him, waiting for the call. Van Gent looks like he was a little late out of the gate. Smith with a nice pop. I don't know if he can get over enough, but we have Evans and Smith 1 and 2 with Turner in 3. Evans, Smith, Turner 1, 2, and 3. Smith riding the races of his life, but looks like Turner's going to try to give Smith a little business in the second corner.
Smith left that door open and let Turner and Van Gent in. That was a mistake, but it looks like it's going to be Evans, Turner, Van Gent, and Smith fighting it out, but then now there's this French rider coming in for that 3rd spot. It's going to be Evan, Turner, Van Gent, and Renkerel for that 4th spot.
Yeah, disappointing for Smith. Just goes to show you really have to shut people down when you have the opportunity. Evans, Turner, Van Gent, Renkerel will be the official. Van Gorkum and Smith, unfortunately, just missing out. So the next time we see the men will be the Sweet 16, because there are only 16 men left and they will be in the semifinal. Like I said, this is the nail-biting round. Amazing racing, amazing racing. Some disappointments with Van Gorkum not getting through, Shira not getting through. Racing resumes in about just less than 20 minutes at 5:20. Riders needing their rest and recovery time. They're putting in a lot of laps, putting on a good show for you, and doing their best to make a living for themselves. So we want to make sure that they get the appropriate amount of rest so that they can put on the greatest show that they can for you. So Pete D's not in the pits. He's right here, right next to me. Pete, How you doing?
I'm good, Jason. The racing's looked incredible. This track is just one for someone to be in awe of, to watch the riders out there. It's definitely tricky, technical, fast, wide open. This second turn, when you stand above it, to see the riders go so fast through there, you see them crash, and really understand how difficult this form of racing is. And that's without taking the hill out. I mean, just talking about that second turn, Jason, it's pretty crazy.
Yeah, second turn's awesome. I want to ride through it because there's no flat part in that corner. It's all banked, all essentially tilted all the way through. It's almost like a velodrome corner.
It's more like NASCAR.
Okay.
So,
well, no, because NASCAR you go left and that's a right hand.
every now and then.
Okay. So what kind of scoop? What other scoop did you find in the pits? Because you told the crowd you had your interviews, but I know there must have been some other behind the scenes stuff going on as you were walking around.
Yeah, there's a lot going on. You know, a lot of people are excited for the new format. Really excited about the 2 days of racing. Gives them opportunities. Of course, it gives riders who didn't make it through yesterday the chance to do it again. The ones that did it, the opportunity to make that main event for a second time. And then you get the riders who did well yesterday that are said, well, if I don't do well, it's okay because I did good yesterday. But we just see a lot of new things going out there, new teams, new riders with federations. A lot of riders here. It's one of the biggest World Cups to date in the elite men's side, with almost 190 riders. In the women's side, it's pretty packed. And we've seen some new names. Who's been a standout for you, Jason, that you haven't seen before, that's been out here in Papendal and really making a change and an impression on yourself?
So I would say there's two standouts. The first one is Sherrick from Team GB. I think Isidore stepped it up too, but I think Sherrick is kind of the surprise name for me, as well as Smith from the USA. He just missed out making it that round, but just watching how much faster he's gotten this year from last year he put in some good efforts, but I mean he's really ready to make a main, or just about. So Sherrick and Smith were the standouts for me in the men. In the women, Shriver is who I'm most impressed with, as well as Brooke Crane. Unfortunately, she crashed, but Brooke Crane was working on a great season before this crash. I'm sure she'll be back to finish out the season, but those are the two standouts for me.
Yeah, GB on a whole has really stepped it up. You also see Kyle Evans out here. He had some surgeries in the offseason on his wrist, and so far he's been powering through. Had one bad little mistake yesterday that kept him from advancing, but he's definitely been good. And then when you look at the Australians, Saka Kabara, winning that national championship just last week in Australia, a strong run, carrying Bodie Turner with him. Both of those guys 4th and 5th in the main yesterday. Definitely impressive to see. Anthony Dean looked really well. One small mistake, and you can attribute to that. One little mistake ends that great run that a lot of riders have had here. And that first turn as well. The first and second turn here are no joke. And then that last turn is the old school takeout turn. You need to make that last ditch move. And there's a lot of riders flipping over that Tioga barrier right at the end of the line.
Yeah.
But, I mean, whatever it takes to get into the main event, this is a World Cup. There's only 6 this year. You want to make it in, you want to progress, you want to do well. And sometimes it's, rubbings racing, and an elbow in that last turn is what it's going to take to make your way through to the next round.
Now you really sound like a NASCAR fan. Rubbing is racing, and what I've noticed with that last turn in particular is sometimes you don't even have to rub or touch. Really what I've been seeing what's happening is some people are just getting hung out to dry. When they come out of that last turn, they're just getting ran out of track. And that happened to Shara, and I believe Sebesta as well. They just kind of ran out of track on that outside.
So this is the 7th year we've come here for a World Cup. I believe this is the first time it hasn't rained, and there's no wind. So the track is in perfect shape. The racing conditions are great. And again, the riders are really motivated for this 2-day new format. So big props to the UCI for listening to the riders, changing it, making it more affordable for countries as well to bring in riders. Coming in back-to-back weekends is going to be interesting as we head to Zolder next week. It's definitely going to be a complete different type of track. We go from this big, wide-open Papendal track to a little bit more of a subdued track, shorter first straightaway. Gate 8's definitely a disadvantage in Zolder, so it's going to be a lot of fighting as we see for the riders to get that top spot to have a good gate pick for their next round.
Yes, next weekend's track in Zolder is a little bit more technical. Only 2 jumps down the first straight versus 3. It will be harder to get to the inside. And definitely we know there's some moves that can be made there as well with the controversial World Championship final that we saw 2 years ago in the rain. It'd be nice to see them race on that 8-meter hill because they didn't race on it before at the World Championships. But right now, this is the place to be. And just watching, again, the crew take care of this track, making sure it's in tip-top condition, this is the place to be. And we're heading into the semis, which, like I say, is the nail-biting round. Those quarters, I actually think they were split up pretty well, but there were probably about, I don't know, 20 people who could have made our main event capable in those quarters, and now we're down to 16. So everyone in these semis is capable of making a main event.
Yeah, as we get ready, you can take a quick peek on those semis, and they're pretty, as Jason said and alluded to, they're pretty stacked. It's going to be interesting to see. We've got a good mix of riders, and that was one of the things. Usually the year after the Olympics is you have some riders that kind of take a break from World Cup, not so much this weekend, and as well as a resurgence of younger riders that are out here really trying to make their way through. But then when you look at the semi, Kyle Evans, Joris Daudet, Tori Nyhag, Markert Renkuhl, Kin Min, Andre Gaudet. Gaudet's one of the guys that's been around forever. Then you get Bodie Turner, Connor Fields, Matthew Von Gent, Ramirez, Mir, Dean, and Bernhardt. It's definitely a good mix here. 2 stacked semis for the elite men. So whittling it down from 185, as Jason said, to the Sweet 16. 2 laps to go. 8 riders into that main, Jason. It's going to be interesting to watch and see if that last turn is going to come into play in either one of these semis.
Yeah, and I don't think we've seen, I don't know, but I don't think we've seen Marquardt or Bernhardt make it this far. So they are really putting in some good performances. And it'd be an amazing breakthrough should they, one of those two, find themselves in the main. And along with Evans, even though Evans did get that second place in Manchester, I think he's riding even better than he rode in Manchester when he got that second place last year. I mean, he's really taking and showing his authority on the track, especially the way he's pumping the bottom of that hill. And, you know, from what I understand about Kyle Evans' bike, it's actually longer than most bikes, so he's really making that work on this big track. Right now, the camera is on the golden girl on her golden bike with her golden lens goggles. That's Mariana Pajón. Normally smiling, but I think she's a little bit more focused on the task at hand right now. I'm sure she'll throw a smile out here or there, but my feeling is she wants to win today.
Yeah, we got an interview with her earlier for the upcoming TV show, and she had said yesterday she was really excited to race, but when that main event came, she said something just happened where she clicked. She got a good start. She got down the first straightaway. As she jumped into the first turn, she said she knew she went in the wrong place. She was like, I just kind of was riding like it was practice. She got Laura Smulders went underneath her, pushed her a little, didn't push her high, just took the line away because Mariana left the door open.
It was a clean race.
She said down the third straightaway, she was like, I was doing well, I was riding fast, I just didn't pass her. And then again in the last turn, she said she just wasn't focused enough. She went again in the wrong spot, got shoved up high, and went from that second or third place to back of the podium. But she said today she's definitely focused. You know, she says she loves doing this, and she said yesterday was a wake-up for her. She had some good races in the Euro rounds and the French Cups, and now she says today she's 100% focused on the World Cup. So it should be interesting to see as the ladies get ready for their next coming race in those quarterfinals. So it should be good, but I'm going to give it back to Samantha. Samantha's been doing a good job. You and her have done awesome.
Thanks,
so I'm going
Pete.
to go back out in the pits, see if we can get some scoop. We've got interviews to do later on, and then we will be definitely give you all the updated info that we get throughout the week as we stay here in Europe between the 2 rounds. But that will be it for now.
Thanks, Pete D. Looking forward to catching up later. Sam, you're back.
Yeah, thanks, Pete. It was awesome. Giving all the good information to the fans out there.
Pete D in the pits has the scoop.
Pete D in the pits.
Hi, blue person in the Nike shirt. Or hoodie. Look at that. Family time, thumbs up. Little brew in the hand. People kissing on camera.
We should start a new thing, Kiss Cam.
I think it's already started. As we see the ladies, the women of the sport, make their way to the back of the hill. We talked about that conversation and how that conversation changes as we head into quarters and semis, and that was evidenced by the camera looking down on these women, and they were all in their own space, staying in the focus. So here we are, Elite Women semifinals. As you know, the top 4 will make it to the main event, the final round. And I'm not going to say this is what it's all about, but right now in this moment, this is what it's all about. So Heat 1, Smolders, Pahone, Christensen, Mayer, Bao, Bernard, Hatakeyama, and number 93, Stavo, as Sammy Cools will give you an up-close and personal in just a minute.
Cheers, mate.
Yeah, the wind looks like it's picked up just a little bit. It's going to help the girls jump that triple into the first turn. I think we're going to see more and more females jump it as the day goes on, knowing that it's qualifying or being done for the day until next weekend. But as they load themselves up into the gate, we're going to get some headshots. There out of lane 8 is the plate number 93 of Stavo from Brazil. The 122 bike from Japan, Hatakeyama. She's been riding very well today. She's been a consistent rider. 108 of Bernard from France. Gate 6, the 388 bike. The bronze medalist of yesterday of Bao. 777 of Mayer from France. Also riding strong this weekend. The 210 bike of Simone Christensen from Denmark. She wants more than a 4th place finish. The golden bike, the golden goggles, the golden girl, Mariana Pahone, gate 2. And out of lane 1 with the 110 bike from the Netherlands, Lauren Smolders. Just waiting for the gate starter to put his hand up. There he goes.
There we go. This looks like a main event. And they're off. Looks like Pahone has just a bit of an edge on Smolders. Smolders cases that first jump, so she's not going to be able to jump all the way into that first turn. Still manages to stay in 4th. Right now it's Pahone, Bao, and Christensen with Smolders in 4th. Pahone and Bao 1 and 2. Christensen closing the gap just a bit with Smolders by herself in 4th.
Pahone coming through, taking these girls on a day trip, coming through that 3rd, jumping in that gold bike into the last turn. It's going to be Pahone, Smolders, Bao into the finish line. It will be Pahone, Smolders, Bao, and Christensen from Denmark.
There you have it. That might have been a glimpse into how the main event may go down. The official is Pahone, Smolders, Bao, and Christensen. Unfortunately, Bernard, Mayer, Hatakeyama, and the rest will have to wait till another time. Right now, Heat 2, Bondarenko, Reynolds, Suvorova, Shriver, Stansel, Michelson, and the younger of the Smolders, along with Veenstra. Sam will introduce to you to each rider up close and personal.
Out of lane 8 on the 61 bike from the Netherlands, it's gonna be Veenstra. Moving over to the plate 22, the younger Smolders from the Netherlands. The 155 bike from Canada, Mikkelsen. The 23 bike of Felicia Stenzel. She looks like she's ready to fight for this qualifying for the main. And the 115 bike, the young gun, Shrevers from Great Britain. Moving over to plate 41, Suvorova from Russia. The 21 bike of Lauren Reynolds, the Aussie girl, trying to have some redemption from yesterday. And on the 89 bike, she is looking prepared, Bonarenko from Russia, finalist at the 2016 Olympic Games.
Not too shabby. Eye of the Tiger. Waiting for the call. Off to a clean start. Reynolds not her best start. Stancil seems to be stuck in the pack. Shriver fighting for that second place position. Lauren Reynolds taking it upstairs and getting rewarded, popping into second, leaving room for Stancil to get in there in that third spot. But right now, it's the younger of the Smolders taking it to the front in the second corner, followed by Reynolds and Stancil.
Smolders taking it up, jumping that triple. First time I've seen her, and it pays off with Reynolds in that second spot position. It's a fight for the third, but it's going to be Smolders, Reynolds, Stencil in that third force. Those two girls are going to qualify, and it's going to be the young gun from Great Britain, Strevers, picking up that fourth place position.
How awesome is that? Smolders, Reynolds, Stancil, and Shriver. I'm going to be a bit selfish and say, I told you so. But the official is Smolders, Reynolds, Stancil, and Shriver. Bondarenko, disappointing, coming off that second place yesterday. Bondarenko and Suvorova, Michelson, and Vainstra, unfortunately, do not make it through. All four of them were riding really well. And wow. Now, next up, we have the men's semi-final. They will be queuing up next in about 5 minutes. We need to recover from that, because that women's elite semifinal was quite telling, as now we really have some question marks as to who's going to take it in the main, because it looks like everyone is stepping up, and it doesn't matter how they come out of the gate. They're going to hit that big jump anyway. So racing resumes in about 15 minutes, where we are going to see the men's elite semifinal take place.
Trying to give these riders as much rest as possible before they go up for their semi-finals and their finals.
Yes, yes. Giving, like we said, safety and quality of event is of the utmost importance to the UCI. We want the riders to put on the best show. Give the people watching a little bit of time to get that drink, make that popcorn, and give Sam and I enough time to talk about life and BMX as well. So, Sam, any surprises during the semis for you so far?
I'm not surprised, but I thought that Smolders, the sister, the little Smolders, I guess you could say, she raced like I could see that she should race. I mean, yesterday she got caught up in a little bit of a mess, but this time she has such a fast gait, such a strong first straightaway, and I know that triple into the first turn has kind of been taunting her a little bit, but she kind of overcame it. She jumped it nice and smooth, and she was rewarded for that for the finish. So I wasn't surprised, but it was just nice to see when people take themselves out of the comfort zone, how they can be rewarded for that, and that could be a payoff.
Yes, yes. Yeah, she stepped up for sure. You know, no, if as a brother-sister team or sister-sister team, I guess sibling team, you know, I don't know their relationship exactly, but you definitely want to, if one person's doing really well, you definitely don't want to be the other person that's not. So, so it seems like both Smolder sisters stepped up stepped up, and they're going to both be in the main. It'll be interesting to watch them race together. I haven't seen them on the track together just yet, I don't think. But really impressed with Stansel and Schriever turning their weekends around compared to yesterday's day. And now, looking forward to the men's. Oh, wait, before I forget, and Pahone. Her intensity seemed to have shifted a bit from yesterday to today. So next to Smulders in the gate in that semi, and she didn't really give Smulders much room on that first jump. Just enough, but not enough. So that's going to be an interesting main event, one to watch for sure. And shifting to the men's, there's a lot of horsepower that'll be coming down that hill.
Yeah, and each of the semis can be a main in itself. So that should just see the quality of riders that we have here this weekend in Papendal. And it's been such great racing, fast, smooth. Tori Nyhag has been doing a great job. He's always a good rider to kind of find those little holes. And if you leave a little hole, he will take it like that. And I think you're able to do that on these big tracks with these wide open turns and straightaways.
Yeah, and don't let the smile fool you. Tori Nyhag is definitely a fierce competitor for sure. What I was surprised with and impressed with was Anthony Dean. I mean, typically he's a kind of a start to finish kind of rider. Found himself in some traffic, almost not making it, and he had to fight back to get in that semi. So that's actually, in a way, more impressive than when he does win start to finish. So I can see that he definitely wants it, and we'll see if he can find that start horsepower here in the semi. And then Marquardt and Bernhard getting into the semi. So I think these I'm looking forward to see these two to see if they have something to offer and maybe get in the main.
Yeah, I think the same with the French rider, Abdou Mir. He had a struggle of a day. He didn't qualify the first round. He had to do the last chance qualifier, and he's kind of just been moving forward, been a little bit unlucky, but he's been just keeping his nose a little bit into it, which helps him qualify now into the semifinals.
Yes, Mir is not a stranger to making mains at a Supercross. However, hasn't had the best of luck as of late, but definitely has the speed. And in watching him ride, he looks faster than he did last year. But yeah, kind of a wild ride yesterday, and today he showed up ready to fight. So, and as we were talking, as they're getting ready for the quarters, we were talking about those setups, fighting for those setups. And so it seems like everybody here is definitely, we were talking about also the stamina and the endurance, but it seems like these elite women and men are prepared for this weekend.
Yeah, it's nice to see that they're able to push every single round. It's nice to see Godet also into that semifinal from France. He's been a veteran, I would say, these days, a kind of a veteran. He's been around the block a few times, and it's nice to see him also get into the game as well.
Yeah, and based on the quarterfinals, looking at the times, Kyle Evans had the fastest time, beating out Nyhag, Fields, and Daudet. So Kyle Evans had a fast time. He had a time of 36.379, and Daudet's first place quarterfinal finish was 36.469. So
yeah, Evans has been strong from start to finish.
He's been strong from start to finish, that's for sure. So as we see, Daudet still has his tall seat post on, getting his slow pedal on, having that conversation with himself, I'm sure. The world champion, 2 more laps to go, 1 more lap to go, but 2 if he makes it to the final. I'm sure he wants to go all the way.
What do you think he's thinking there?
It's interesting. He could be thinking anything from what color tile do I want to put in my bathroom when I get home to just breathing and pedaling. It could be literally that simple. You know, Anthony Dean is, you know, he's probably one of the more focused riders I've ever seen. Very disciplined. But, you know, I think right now it's just, they're just focusing on themselves. I'm not sure how tired or how their legs are feeling just yet. So I think it's a matter of keeping yourself moving just enough to where you're not thinking too much, to where you're just kind of, you know, staying within yourself and focusing on the breathing and the task at hand.
I think Sylvain Andre said it best yesterday in his interview after he won the race. He said, I was tired and my legs were all blown out, but I know that all of the riders are in the same position. So even if you're feeling tired, I mean, the guy next to you is just as tired. He's done just as many laps, put out just as much effort. So it's like just kind of setting that away and really focusing on, okay, what do I need to do?
And more importantly, what do I want to do? What can I do is the question. So Andre keeping warm, Mir keeping warm with the hoodies.
There's 6 French riders in the semifinals who have qualified.
Wow.
Yeah, so that should say something about the French program.
Definitely, yeah. They've got a very good blend of skill and horsepower for sure. And yeah, the level is very high. As CK Flash would say, understand the levels. That's what he says to his young riders, and it makes a lot of sense. So the French program definitely understands the levels, and they're at a very high level. A lot of riders at a high level. So see everyone moving around, making their way toward the bottom of the hill. Andre grabbing his helmet. Dade shaking out the legs. So waking up that neurological system. Twan Van Gent, the magician. They seem to be having a decent conversation. You know, and it's interesting how everyone handles these situations. They do everything the same, and at the same time, there's always something just a little bit different. Connor Fields, for instance, is one to go straight into a zone, and he has a very specific setup he's working for, and he took his breath, and he's very intense, and he wants to use that tunnel vision and stay with it himself until after it's all said and done. Whereas Ramirez and Twan might have a little bit more lighter of an approach to keep themselves possibly from over-focusing or thinking too much. So it's part of the trick with this whole thing in high performance is finding a way that's best for you. But make no mistake, all 8 of them, all 16 riders actually in the semis want to get to that main event. So it's going to be a great race. Looks like the wind has picked up a bit. You can see the flag on top of turn 2 blowing. It's still mostly a tailwind down the first straight. You heard the gate being dropped. They generally do a test drop every time before they start a next round, making sure the gate is in working order. That was actually a superstition of mine. I always wanted a test drop before the first moto.
I was like that too, though. Yeah, especially if it hadn't been ran in a while.
That's right. So No stone left unturned here in Papendal, just east of Arnhem in the Gelderland province. No stone left unturned. One of the men in black, one of the great medics. They are quick to take care of our fallen. See the photo crew, media out there, huge lens. Tori Nyhog waking up the FTs, the fast twitch muscle fibers. So, one of the moments you've been waiting for, the semifinals, Elite Men. Semifinals at the UCI BMX Supercross World Cup here in Papendal. The Dutch Olympic Training Center. Evans, Daudet, Marquardt, Renquerel, Andre, Godet, Keenman, and Nyhog. I wouldn't want to guess who's going to do what. I just want to watch and announce most of it, half of it. Give you an up close and personal look at these gentlemen in just a moment as they get in the gate. As you can see, the UCI, where they like to be very official, since these races are big stakes. This is these riders' livelihoods, and they're doing it for their livelihood, their countries, for country points, for world championship qualifications, sometimes Olympic qualifications at certain points in the years. Making sure timing is right, making sure things are working well, making sure everybody is in place to score these gentlemen accurately and fairly. And to build up some drama too. We like drama in BMX.
Looks like it's the Canadian getting ready in lane 8.
Yeah, Mir in the back getting his calisthenics on.
Kimon.
Godet getting in the gate, Kimon waiting. Marquardt in the gate. Daudet taking his time to get in there, bouncing up and down. So you can see everyone has a little bit different of a style. Anthony Dean shaking out the legs as well.
Have you ever had that where you've been kind of ready to go, ready, set on the gate, and then all of a sudden it's...
You're on hold? Yes.
You're on hold?
You're on hold, yes.
And you don't really know why?
Yeah, sometimes you don't know why. I would typically, if I was in the gate, I would pull out pretty quick if they said we're on hold, and then just go back to my reset button, which was usually a countdown, breathing, and then just kind of head on my bars. But you plan for some of those things sometimes. It's just knowing that it's not always going to go your way. Tori Nyhog, lane 8, grabbing the camera. Next to him, Kimon in lane 7. The 69 of Godet. He has been at it for a while. It's good to see him getting this far, and I would not be surprised if he gets in the main. Number 39 is Sylvain Andre. We all remember him from yesterday. He won yesterday, that hard-fought win down the last straight. Renquerel, another guy very quiet about how he goes about his business, but nonetheless all business. The Swiss rider, Marquardt, definitely capable. We'll find out. Current world champion, number 33, Joris Daudet. Calm and cool. And in lane 1, Kyle Evans taking the pole position. So, see those wrist guards on Evans, worn for precaution. Evans has been having some nice first straights so far, so we're waiting for the call. Looks like they're out clean. Daudet with a nice start. Evans shut down just a little bit, but he has a good line. But it looks like Daudet and Andre in the first and second corner. Nyhog trying to make a move, but right now it's Daudet, Andre, and Nyhog with Kimmin in fourth. So they jump into the second corner, and Sam's going to bring you in.
French 1 and 2 going over the step table. It's going to be the world champ Daudet and Sylvian Andre for that second. Don't count out Tori Nyhog. He's sitting in that third position with Kimmin in the fourth. It's going to be a race to the finish, but it looks like it's going to be the world champ of Joris Daudet, Sylvian Andre, Tori Nyhog, and Kimmin picking up for the fourth.
So Kimmin just getting in there. I don't think that will matter too much. I've seen Kimmin pour it on when he needs to, but right now the official is Daudet, Andre, Nyhog, and Kimmin. So Daudet, Andre, Nyhog, and Kimmin will be in the main event. Rinkrell, Marquardt, Godet, and Evans. Really unfortunate for Evans as fast as he was going, but that will be the first half of the main. Right now, Heat 2, Turner Fields, Van Gent, Dean, Maheu, Ramirez, Bernhardt, and Mir. Another wild card group of characters up on the hill right now. Nice mix of speed and style. Lane 8, Amadou Mir. This is a wild guy, let me tell you. He's always having fun, full of energy, and a lot of horsepower. Bernhardt from Germany, lane 7. He's looking to make a name for himself, and next to him would be the magician, Ramirez, your Olympic bronze. He can make anything happen from any position. Maheu with a nice tactic there, not getting in the gate just yet. Anthony Dean, known for that horsepower, solid first straight. He's got heart. Next to Dean, we have Twan Van Gent. He's pretty good at getting those hole shots. I wouldn't be surprised to see him winning to the first turn either. Next to him is Connor Fields, Olympic gold medalist. Very focused and intense right now. Next to him is Bodie Turner. I'm gonna say Turner's in a good position with lane 1 right now. Got that 747, gonna take flight. If Connor gets out of the gate well, that will bode well for Bodie Turner because that will leave him enough room. But Connor's a competitor. He's gonna be concerned about himself, and they all are looking to get in that main event, top 4 or better. Off to a start. Looks like Connor Fields a little bit late. Twan Van Gent gets out great, but Fields is going to push the issue anyway and shove it in there for the first in the first corner. So we have Fields, Maheu, and Van Gent with Mir in fourth. Fields taking it into the second corner, followed by Maheu and Van Gent with Mir in fourth.
Fields looking strong with the French ride of Maheu in lane 2, but it's going to look at the Colombian in for the third. Ramirez taking that third position, but it's going to be Fields for the 1, Mir for the second, Ramirez and Bernhardt from Germany picking up that 4th place finish.
So the magician made some magic for himself and cleared the path for the German to sneak in there as well. The official is Fields, Maheu, Ramirez, and Bernhardt. What a heartbreaker for Turner, Mir, and Van Gent, as Mir and Van Gent were actually in qualifying position during that race, and Dean was nowhere to be found. I don't know what happened. I think he just got squeezed out early on. As Van Gent crosses the line, waves to the crowd. There you have it.
Now I know why they call him the magician.
Yes.
Because he just comes out of nowhere and stirs the pot.
He comes out of somewhere. But yeah, that he made that happen quite well. I think he probably sliced through about 3 people between the third straight and last corner. And look at Bernhardt getting in the main event, just staying with it. So anything can happen.
Anything can happen.
Anything can happen. And Fields, I got to give it to Connor Fields, did not have a great start and just muscled through it. I mean, the pedals he got on between the first, second, and third jumps were just amazing. And he just stuck his nose in there and just bullied his way to first coming out of that first corner. So amazing ride by the elite men. There we see Jerry Landrum, BMX Mania.
He's been around.
He's been around for a long time. He's a great guy, loves taking photos. These
always happy.
Great riders. So the men's and women's and elite men final will start at 6 p.m. Papendal time.
Well, it's been a great day, great weekend of racing. I think we should take our moment to say thank you to all the volunteers here at Papendal. If it wasn't for you, I don't think this race would go off as good as it has. Also the medical, the men in black, men and women in black, helping all the fallen riders.
Yeah, definitely a big shout out and thank you to the staff here at the Papendal Training Center, as well as, like Sam says, the men and women in black and the volunteers taking care of the track. Everybody who puts this race on.
Fans are getting pumped for the finals to come up in the next 10 minutes.
So, in probably about 15 minutes, 12 minutes, less than that, 10 minutes the finals will start, and then, like that, it'll be over. We have the Ollie, the man on the ground, pumping up the crowd. See Tori Nighthog's mother in the crowd. Camera just panned, so I can't tell you who she was. They want to make as much noise as they can, get the kids excited. It's always nice to see the kids wearing their jerseys to the race jerseys to the event. Cheer on their favorite riders. Hyping up the crowd is always a BMX tradition. Hey, I can't hear him. Make more noise. Let's do it. If you're at home, I know you're making more noise. I know you're yelling at the computer right now saying, start the final, start the final. You gotta believe we're saying the same thing in our head. However, we understand that these riders need their rest, get their water, proper recovery time so that they can put on a great show for everyone.
I hope you all join us next weekend for stage 3 and 4 in Zolder, Belgium.
Yes, Zolder. It's a famous F1 race site, race car track, isn't it? Yeah, it's a famous race circuit in Zolder. So, F1, BMX World Cup, same level. Crowd enjoying themselves. I wonder what they are going to get. They're going to yell on the microphone.
They want whatever he's giving away.
Pandemonium here in Papendal, the pandemonium. So if anybody watching would have any questions for me or ways that I could, or Sam, any other insights that you'd like, can't promise anything, but I invite you to contact us via our social handles. Love to talk BMX. BMX Live TV crew is working hard, putting on this show, and it is quite a show behind the show. All the edits, the graphics happening. It doesn't happen magically. It takes a lot of energy and effort.
And also, if you have any questions, you know, me and Jason will be here next weekend to also announce for the stage 3 and 4 of the UCI World Cup.
Yes.
We can also answer it there.
Yeah. Or if you'd even like to tell us how to pronounce other names. So there was a lot of new names that we weren't quite aware of. So please let me know. You can always private message me on Facebook or Instagram. And hit me up at Real Dr. J Rich on Instagram and ask me anything BMX related. And I will do my best to incorporate that into the next show and or answer the questions personally.
There you can see the golden girl, golden bike, golden goggles, golden smile.
Golden. Yes, but she didn't get any gold teeth, so that's a good thing. That would just be tacky.
You never know.
That'd be tacky. But German Medina, coach, and probably one of the nicest guys in the sport of BMX, and has worked with some of the best in BMX, not only Mariana Pahon, but Randy Stumphauser, Donnie Robinson. He's definitely, Matt Holkamp, he's definitely worked with some champions of the past as well. So looking down, we see the Shriver kind of getting her groove on a bit. So we see the Smulders sisters. UCI BMX Supercross World Cup 2017. Stage 2 of 6. Keeping some levity before the final. And as we'd mentioned earlier, sometimes there's a little bit, sometimes there's a little bit more relief after the semi once you're in the main event. There's a bit of you that wants to just kind of breathe a little bit, exhale a little bit more after you know you've made the main. So Judy Bow smiling. I think that the crowd involvement and the extra noise is making it a little bit more enjoyable and less stressful for everyone, especially these riders here.
I think also the feeling that there's only really one lap left. You've made it all this way.
Yes.
It's like the stress is out, or I don't know how to say it, is kind of left the body.
It's a different energy.
Yeah.
It's a different energy. Right, because this is where you can really leave it all out there. This is the last lap.
See that they're all chatting together.
Yeah, they're all chatting together.
Now from this point, they can go and they choose their lanes. So Mariana, since she had the fastest start or the fastest lap the last time, she's the first to choose her lane. She chose lane 1. As they choose their lanes, they walk up the starting hill.
Yes.
There we have it.
And so strategy is something else. So as a racer, you're taught to focus on yourself. You're taught to be concerned with what you can do, focus on things you can control. And something that throws a little kink into that preparation is the strategy behind lane choice, because being aware of what other people are doing is important with lane choice. So Mariana chose lane 1, and you see that Smolders is all the way over there in lane 8. Younger Smolders is in 8, so she may have just decided, you know what? I'm going to give myself some space to just get moving and get going. Mariana's been coming out of the gate strongly. I don't want to be next to that. Lauren Reynolds chose lane 3. Now some riders, they just choose the most inside lane regardless of who they're next to. And other riders are a little bit more, play the game a little bit more. No right or wrong answer. What I like to say is choose the lane that puts you in the best position to do your best.
You can see some of the more confident riders usually choose the inside lane.
For sure.
Yep. There we have it. Pahone, Smolders, Reynolds, Christensen, Shriver, Stencil, Bow, and Smolders. There's 3 Dutch riders, girls in this final event. There we see they're all standing behind the gate. At this point, mentally preparing for what's about to happen. They have about 40 seconds of effort. There we have in lane 8, plate number 22, with the dark hair. Smolders waving. She's excited to be in this final. Then moving on to 388. We have Judy Bow. Moving over, plate 230 from the USA, Felicia Stencil, giving y'all a kiss and a wave. The 115 bike, the young gun, Bethany Strevers. The 210 bike from Denmark, Simone Christensen. The 21 bike all the way from Australia, Lauren Reynolds. The 110 bike, the Dutch rider of Lauren Smolders. And moving on, gate number 1, the 100 bike, the golden girl, Mariana Pahone, giving you all a wave.
All right, here we go, waiting for the call. Golden bike, lane 1. Shh. Lights go off. Looks like Pahone and Smolders out to a bang, and Smolders with the pull down the first straight. Pahone gets shut down just a little bit. Smolders takes it in the air. Pahone still manages to keep the second, but right now it is Smolders and Pahone 1 and 2, with Reynolds pulling up for 3 as they head into the second corner. Sam, take it away.
This isn't going to be a clean cut for Smolders. I can see Pahone wanting that gold. She's going to fight down that third straightaway with Reynolds in the 3rd place position, but it's going to be Smolders leading this until the finish line with Pahone with the number 2, and it's going to be a photo finish between Reynolds and Christensen for that 3rd place, but I think Reynolds got that one. Congratulations, doing it 2 days in a row on the podium, on the top spot. Laura Smolders.
What a great race, and my goodness, to be head-to-head with the Golden Girl. So that's your official. Smolders, Pahone, Reynolds. What a great way to finish this weekend. Christensen, Bow, Schriever, Stancil, and Smolders. What a great main event for Smolders and Pahone and Reynolds.
You know, Smolders kind of knew what she had to do. She had to cut down Mariana Pahone right from the beginning, and that's what she did. She got a good start. She moved straight over into her lane, and she never looked back from there.
Yeah, and you know, and it was clean. It wasn't a big cutoff. It was just enough room to where Pahone couldn't get by and had to grab a little break. But the bottom line is Smolders answered to the call. She rose to the occasion. She got out of the gate. She stapled in herself, had a great first straight, and just handled business. And there she is, waving to the crowd, bowing down to the Dutch crowd. Just, I'm sure she is just over the moon happy. Every lap almost, only lost one lap. I wouldn't say lost one lap, but only didn't get first in one lap. So she's very happy. Fist pump to the crowd.
You can hear the crowd.
Interview with Pete. So we are going to find Pete D in the pits as he chases down Laura Smolders as she's walking her way out of the track area, working her way through some of the media, giving her the high fives. Winners are grinners. See Sarah Walker congratulating her.
I think she's a bit in disbelief.
Yeah, a bit. This is probably the best weekend of racing she's ever had. And, you know, just the getting swarmed right underneath the Red Bull arc. And really a great performance. It's hard to be that exhausted and tired and celebrate at the same time, but it's happening. It's waiting for the ceremony. Everybody wants to congratulate the winner. Well deserved, for sure. Laura Smolders with yet another first place finish. Such a big event to win, such a big event to win. And these are essentially as big, or actually bigger than World Championship events, because a country can only send a few riders to the World Championships, but at a World Cup, as many riders that can enter do so.
Yes.
Because we were going to come before we're like, oh, wait, up. Congratulations.
Thank you.
2 for 2. Pretty impressive.
Oh, man.
So, again, day 2, Laura Smolders, you take the victory here in the elite women's class. How did that lap go for you?
Well, I can't believe it. I walked up the stairs and my legs are pretty much dead from those 2 days, but I had a good start. My first straight was good. Mariana was in the inside, and I know I couldn't make the mistake she did yesterday, so got her off just in time, and it was a bumpy lap, but fast enough, and came down the last straight realizing that I was gonna win the double and started screaming already. Man, it's unbelievable.
Yeah, so today was a good battle between yourself and Mariana. She was right there. Were you able to hear it all coming out of that last turn? How did you react?
No, I didn't hear her. I heard the crowd, and I just tried to pedal as fast as I could out of the last turn and just try and keep it clean. And if I did that, well, I couldn't do anything more. So crossed the finish line and won. So yeah. couldn't go any much better this weekend.
So you've made history because it's the first time we've had 2 races back-to-back, but this is your 4th World Cup win here in Papendal, your 7th World Cup win overall. How does it feel to start this season off with back-to-back wins?
Well, I knew this winter was going to be different. Like, the preparations were different, and I believed in it from the start, and now I see that it works, so I'm really happy, and I hope to take this form through to the Worlds and see what goes on there. But first, next weekend, Zolder, of course, the next World Cup. So, well, I'm feeling incredibly proud of myself and just happy that I can be here right in front of this crowd and win 2 times. It's just, there's no words.
Well, congratulations on those back-to-back wins.
Thank you, thank you.
Okay, we're going to go over to the foul ceremony there.
All right. Thanks, Pete D. Always great to bring the conversation here. There we go, our 3rd place finisher, Lauren Reynolds. Lauren Reynolds with some brave moves in qualification to get to the main event and worked her way for that 3rd place. 2nd place, Mariana Pahon, working hard to smile about that. She definitely raced well. 2nd place finisher. The Golden Girl finishes in silver. Nonetheless, great showing by Miss Mariana Pahon. And the 1st place finisher, Sam. What do you say? Laura Smolder's pretty impressive, huh?
Very impressive. Very impressed by her. And I think it just goes to show that if you believe in what you're doing, like she said, that the winter prep, she believed in it from the beginning, and you can see here that she's had success for sure. And you can see Lauren Reynolds, you know, came back today with a much better race than yesterday. I think she should be satisfied with that. And then also Mariana Pahon, you know, she's always she's always smiling at the end of the race. It doesn't matter what place she gets. You know that she put her heart out there. So if it's 2nd place, then it's 2nd place. So congratulations to you 3. You raced very well today.
Yeah, it was a good race, good main, and more importantly, you know, all of these women get to suit up again and race next weekend, which is always nice to see. So it's definitely a testament to the skill level and how well everyone's racing, that you know, they can be threading the needle and still maintain, you know, good quality and safe racing. So that's nice. So one last lap ahead of us.
The men's final.
We have the men elite final. Lanes have been chosen, and looks hard to see because we have cannot see up on the hill just yet. But there's our lineup. Daudet, Andre, Fields, Ramirez, Matthew, Kimman, Bernhardt, and Nyhog. I believe that's the order they will be picking their lanes, as the gentlemen are most likely on top of the hill. And there we hear the gate being dropped. Always want that test drop before the final. So we can see that Canadian sleeve, the Canadian national champion, Pan American gold medalist, Tori Nyhog. Looks like he chose lane 8. So it seems like Tori's only come out of lane 8 or 1, but they both have been working for him very well. Him knowing what will be best for him.
Yeah, you know, Tori's a really smart rider, and he kind of knows his capabilities, and he knows where he's good and he knows where he's not good. So I think in that 2nd straight, he's so strong that it doesn't matter what happens on the 1st straightaway. Yeah. He will always make some moves through that 2nd straightaway.
And sometimes when you have a lot of guys with a lot of horsepower right next to each other, they tend to cancel themselves out. So it makes sense to just go off to the side and let those other guys deal with the mess that ensues, because as we can see, looks like Daudet is on the inside along with Fields and Andre. So that's a lot of heat on the inside, and while all three of them could potentially end up in the first turn, chances are someone's getting shut down. Kimmin looks like he'll be coming out of the dead center next to Ramirez, who's in 4. And they're definitely taking their time to get in the gate for the final. Everyone doing their thing. Tori stretching it out, shaking it out. Ramirez just kind of sitting back a little bit, adjusting the gloves. Daudet shaking out the legs. Andre working his way in. Kimmin shaking his legs off as well. Ready to get up front, up close. Number 49, Tori Nyhog, Canadian national champ. Main maker from yesterday as well, so showing some consistency this weekend here. That's always a good thing. I believe his first main event appearance. Bernhard from Germany. He'll be coming out of lane 7. Be interesting to see what he has. But next to him is Kimmin, Nick Kimmin, former world champion. Definitely is capable of winning at this track from lane 8 or any lane, as we've seen in the past. So Maheu playing mind tricks, waiting to get in the gate. Definitely on his time. And the magician, Ramirez, finds his way in the main. Ready to work his magic, which will be hard to do when you're next to the Olympic gold medalist, Connor Fields. Connor Fields may have to muscle his way to the front, because he's next to Sylvain Andre, yesterday's winner and main event maker. We know Andre can finish strong, because that's how he won yesterday. Lane 1, rounding out the field, the current world champion, Joris Daudet. We have a lot of return players in this main event, that's for sure.
Consistency. Consistency
counts in this sport, that's for sure. There's peak performance and there's high performance. I choose high performance. So get ready for the call. They are out. Looks like Daudet is out pretty good, but Kimmin just blasts out. Looks like Connor Fields has the pull. He's going to put it in there anyway. Daudet is going to probably go for the dive, and it sticks. And Nyhog following in tow. So now we have Daudet, Nyhog, and Fields 1, 2, and 3. Kimmin in 4th. Daudet may run away with it, but Nyhog is known for his track speed. Sam.
Daudet is looking strong out there all day with Nyhog in the 2nd and Fields in the 3rd. Going into that last corner, it looks like it's going to be the Frenchman Daudet for the 1st, Nyhog for the 2nd, and Fields in that 3rd place position.
Wow, what a race. I mean, Daudet went low in that first corner. It stuck. Nyhog with the 2nd, which is an amazing finish for him. Connor almost got taken off the track out of that last corner by Kimmin. He really had to work for it, but everyone was really going for it. What a great race by all of them. As you can see, Pete D in the pits getting the scoop, but Daudet, world champion, going back to wave to the crowd. There are a lot of French fans in the crowd as well. Definitely rode that Chase carbon fiber frame to the winner's circle. And Connor Fields with that 3rd as well. So Christophe Levesque is going to be happy about that. Tori Nyhog with a 2nd. 2 main event appearances with a podium. That's amazing. But right now, the man of the hour, the man of the minute is Joris Daudet, number 33.
What a strong finish by him.
That was, yeah, talk about rising to the occasion. I mean, just finding a way to win. and that's what champions do. I mean, you know, you see some riders, they come out of the gate and they might not be in front and they shut down that 5 or 3% or whatever it may be because they didn't get the perfect gate or the perfect start. And with Daudet, it didn't matter. I mean, and he's known for coming out, getting in that first turn first from the start, but didn't matter. He made it happen anyway. He found a hole and it stuck, and a clean pass on top of that. I mean, didn't touch anyone to do it. And then Nijhag coming from 8 and finding his, taking advantage of that open space, sliding in the second was a really good race.
Yeah, Nijhag is really good with taking advantage of those little mistakes that people make, and I think he doesn't always feel like he has a strong first straightaway. But I think we're going to go to Pete D in the pits, and he's going to have an interview with the champ for the day.
Yeah, looking forward to Pete D in the pits for sure.
What another incredible main event, this time in the Elite Men. And again, another big win for Joris Daudet, but his first on the World Cup Tour. Joris, that was an incredible race. Walk us through from the gate to the line.
Yeah, that was a good lap. I didn't have the best gate in the main, but I made myself in the first corner and took the inside, and then just stay smooth on the track and to the finish line, so I'm very happy.
So a lot of support from yourself yesterday when Silva and Andre won. I saw him come give you a big congratulatory, but how does it feel to win the first World Cup for you here in Papendal on day 2, now making it a French sweep in the Elite Men's class?
Yeah, it's amazing. I've won so many races in my career, and then no World Cup, so it's amazing to win today, and yeah, I'm happy.
Yeah, so now along with that World Championship title, the USA BMX title, winner of the World Cup here, it's got to be awesome. Congratulations, Joris.
Thank you very much.
Yeah!
Wow. How about that? The official, Daudet, Nijhag, Fields, Kimmin, the Magician, Ramirez, Matthew, Bernhardt, and Andre. And how cool is that? I've won so many races in my career, but no World Cup. So world champion, he's a USA champion, and 2-time world champion, Daudet. And this is his first World Cup win. So kids, there you have it. Keep persevering. There's always more in the tank. What a great race as we close this weekend out. Sam, thoughts?
It was incredible to be here and to watch the racing, and it was such good action on the track from all the riders. So I'm excited to see what next year or next weekend has to bring.
I know. And just waiting, as you can see, we got the little ceremony. We got the ceremony for the riders as they accept their hard-earned, hard-fought awards. The racing at this level is just unreal. And I love how every year we come to a place, we come to a track, and the times seem to get faster, and the racers get better. So Connor Fields, hot-fought 3rd place. Great doing it for the USA. Jamie Staff's happy about that. And the 2nd place finisher, Tori Nijhag. Don't let the smile fool you. He's a nice guy, but as a racer, a fierce competitor with the 2nd place. And the winner and champion for today and champion of the world, Joris Daudet. He is the winner for today, and what a spectacular performance by all the elite men. There you have it. Joris Daudet, Tori Nijhag, Connor Fields, 1, 2, and 3 in Papendal for the BMX Supercross World Cup. What a great day of racing.
Perfect day of racing.
It was a
weekend
perfect day
of
racing. The sun is coming out just in time for the riders to celebrate a perfect weekend of racing. So, with that said, well, there we go. So there is the standings now, which have changed just a bit. Smulders, Pahone, Bow, Christensen, Bondarenko, Reynolds finds herself in the top 8 now. along with Hausman and Suvarova. Rounding out to the top 16 is Bernhard Schriever in the top 10. Stansel just knocking at the door, along with Hatakeyama, Smulders, Priest, and Veenstra. So those are the standings for the women so far in the series. And the men, Joris Daudet just ahead of Sylvain Andre. Nyhog with the 3. Fields, Van Gent, Turner, Vandenberg, and Kieman rounding out the top 8. And toward the top 10, 9, 10 through 16. Renkarel, Ramirez, Sakakibara, Matthew Godet, Van de Gronendal, Kyle Evans, and Corbin Schara will be the top 16 in the standings. And now the tension builds as we create a season. Next stop, stage 3, will be Zolder, Belgium, and that will be in 6 days from now, which is just too much for me. I cannot wait. So that will be an amazing race. And Sam, we'll be there again, won't we?
Yeah, thank you so much, Jason. It's been a great weekend. Hope all of you at home had fun listening to us. And again, if you have any questions that you'd like to be answered next weekend in Zolder, please message either Jason or myself, and we'll try our best to answer your questions that are related to BMX.
That are related to BMX, maybe otherwise, but we're not going to answer them on air. Anyways, for myself, Dr. J. Rich, and Samantha Cools, we are signing off from Papendal. We will see you in Zolder next week in 6 days for Stage 3 of the UCI BMX Supercross World Cup. With that said, peace and love. Thanks a lot.
Riders ready, watch the game.